give the members as much time as I can. I try to get to the members' comments. So, yeah, that's the reason as to why we were delayed. The member stream just overrunning, but as I said, it tends to do that on a regular basis, and I really do need to get a solution to that. And I will. But we're not worried about that. We are here now for this show. We're here to dig into NXT, and I've got to tell you, NXT tonight, it does look like it's got a really good lineup. It does look very, very interesting to me, this show. I think that they've managed to sort of crack the balance of like new names and making a show that's like genuinely compelling, yeah? So let's just jump over and have a look, see what we've got here. So here we've got the NXT rundown. So we've got Tatum Paxley defending the North American Championship against Zaria. So I like that. Feels pretty important, so I'm definitely down for that. So Tatum Paxley against Zaria. Then we got Kendall Gray and Kelani battling in a number one contenders. I like that because it's a number one contenders. There's a reason for that match. So goods, thumbs up. Then we got Mason Rook against Naraku. They did announce at the end of last week's show that was a number one contenders. So I like that. Again, plenty at stake. Plus also, this is Mason Rook. This is Will Cruz taking on Evil. This is the kind of thing you would see at Rev Pro, you know? This is the kind of match that you would see out there in the indies. I don't know if New Japan talent work with Progress. I don't think they do. But this is the kind of thing that could have took place in a Progress, in a Rev Pro, and we're going to get to watch it tonight. This is Will Cruz. He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad, taking on Evil. Right, this is great. I mean, this is the kind of match that I'm actually genuinely excited for when it comes to NXT. This is like two great, I don't want to say indie talents because that's not fair on Naraku, but two great talents from outside of the WWE bubble kind of coming together, facing off within WWE. Brilliant. Love it. Let's go. So Mason Rook, Naraku, love it. And as we said last week, they said that was a number one contender. So it's not just a match, but even if it was just a match, I would still love it. This one has got some at stake. Then we've got Mr. NXT. Now, this could be flipping awful, right? But it could be so bad that it becomes good. This is Shiloh taking on Tristen in a Mr. NXT pageant. And as I said, this could be horrific. This could be really horrific. I personally have not been enjoying these Mr. NXT segments anyway, and this is the big thing it's been leading to. The only thing I'm going to say is I did see online, and it was not a secret, that Kit Wilson is going to be involved. So I like that, because I think they know that this thing could bomb, right? I think they know this is a gamble. Going into this just screams, you know, that it could be cringe and it's a gamble. You know, when it comes to these sort of comedy spots, comedy is quite subjective, and, you know, this ain't going to work for everyone. But I think going, like, you know, full steam with it, like what we saw with the Gingerbread Man funeral, lots of people didn't enjoy it, but there was lots that did, because they didn't go half measure with it. They went, you know, they committed to it. They went 100% with it. They did it. And, you know, some liked it, some didn't. I think that's going to be the same here. Some are going to like it, some won't. But at least they're going full steam ahead with it. You can't 50-50 this. And the fact that they're bringing in Kit Wilson, who's so well liked, so well received, I think that's a really good shout. So actually, yeah, of course I'm interested to see how this goes down, because it could be one of the most infamous segments in NXT history. It could be great. It could be a disaster. Could be anything. So I'm interested, right? So yes, on paper, I don't look at that and go, let's go. Oh my God, I'm so excited. But I do look at it and go, I'd like to know how that goes. That could be a segment we reference in the future, right? For one or another reason. And then we got Fraxiom returning to NXT. Let's go. A little bit of support from the main roster. Fraxiom, they're going to be taking on Romeo Moreno, who I've been really impressed with. And Noam Dar, I like Noam Dar. So actually Romeo and Noam team him, I'm not down on, because Noam's coming back from a big injury. Romeo has only just arrived in NXT. So for different reasons, I feel like they both need each other. And it's a pairing that makes a lot of sense to me. You know, Noam Dar is a very confident guy, loves himself. Romeo is someone that also is very confident, kind of loves himself. But both of them are likable. Both of them, at the moment, seem to be baby faces. So putting them together as this likable, very confident team, not down on it. Romeo, Noam Dar, not down on that, right? I'd like to see a few more backstage segments involving them, actually. Fraxiom, one of the great teams. I mean, there's a reason why Fraxiom have been together so long, because they are just so good. It's just such a shame we don't do more with them on the main roster. So, yeah, I mean, there's not a single thing there that I'm, like, dreading. The only one is this. But as I've said and detailed, I think that it's a segment I don't want to miss. You know, when it's time for it, I won't be going, oh, God, here we go. I'll be like, okay, let's find out, shall we? How's this going to go? So, yeah, I like this lineup. There's new faces here. Obviously, we've got Mason Rook. Obviously, we've got Tristen Angels. Shiloh's not been around that long. As well as that, we got Romeo, Moreno. So we do have new faces. I mean, Kendall's not been around that long, all things considered. So there are new faces, some newer than others. But there's a lot of experience here as well, like Zaria and Tatum, Kelani. You know, there's a lot of experience and a bit of main roster with Kit Wilson and Fraxiom. I think that blend, that mixture of ingredients of new faces, NXT experience, main roster, mix it all together, you kind of end up with something like this. I think this is a good mixture. I think this feels like a good balance. So this could be a bit of a template kind of going forwards for the kind of thing that we should look. And don't forget as well, that's not it for main roster involvement, because we know that Jada Parker has actually been, I think she went to the dungeon and attacked Natty. That's what I read earlier. I haven't seen the video. Apparently there's a video. They'll probably play it on the show. So she went and attacked Natty. So there's a whole Jada Parker Natty thing. So how long have we got Fraxiom for? Don't know. How long have we got Natty for? Don't know. How often can we use Kit Wilson? Don't know. But all of them are helping just bring a little bit of experience. And we've spoken about like trying to get some main roster support. And I must admit, I've been quite surprised that it's took this long. But, you know what the machine is like. It's not like you can just click your fingers and bang, there you go. So, it's good to see that they've got there eventually. But yeah, it would have been nice to have had, this a month or so ago. But hey-ho, we've got some main roster support now. And there's a chance that it's not just this week and then that's it, it's gone. I mean, Jada Natty feels to me like it's heading to a match, heading to a story. It's probably got a few weeks worth of content in there. So Natty certainly feels like she's around. Fraxiom, we saw Nathan Frazier in the speed tournament. Now they're having this tag match. I mean, there's a chance they're going to be around for a little bit. Kit Wilson, this could just be a one-off. But there's something there, yeah? And there's always other people we can bring in as and when needed. So, yeah, as I said, I like this mixture. I think this is a good balance. I think they've kind of cracked the code a little bit here. But we'll see how the show goes. I mean, the show could be a disaster. I don't think it will be. I think the show will be good. Benito said, Daze, what are cards? You forgot to mention Carmen Live. Yeah, he'll be here. Will Noam ever advance to the main roster? Seems like 10 years of being in developmental. Well, yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Because I think if we're being honest, Noam Dar is not someone they view as being a world champion. I'm not sure they even particularly view him as being mid-card champion. I think the way that they probably view him now is that he is going to be like a bit of a Matt Cardona type, which is someone that's got a lot of experience. He's been wrestling for a long time, competed over in NXT UK and was wrestling before that. So, I mean, he's someone that's got plenty of wrestling experience. But because of the fact that we've tried him in a few things, he's suffered some big injuries, but we've tried a few things that didn't quite connect. I mean, he was in Metaphor, wasn't he? With, you know, Oro Mensah, Lash Legend, Jakara Jackson. So he was in that group, and that group felt like it had some potential. But obviously Noam Dar picked up an injury, and then it meant that they lost their leader. And so that group ended up falling apart. So he's kind of come back now, and he can't just pick up where he left off. And so now he's in a situation where it's not that he's got to reinvent himself, but he's got no momentum. No momentum at the moment. And that's happened to him a few times, actually, where he'll get involved in some... I mean, he was doing brilliant stuff with Shah Samuels. I mean, if you've never seen him and Shah Samuels in NXT UK, they were a brilliant comedic kind of double act. Shah Samuels' gimmick was that he would put odds on for different things about who's going to win matches, and he would be taking bets. And it was a good gimmick, actually. I really liked it. I thought that could really have worked on the main roster, where people were going to him and, you know, putting bets as to who was going to win different matches. And, you know, if they won and he didn't pay them, then there'd obviously be a story that would come out of it. Or they lost and they wanted their money back, there'd be a story that would come out of it. Or, you know, maybe Shah Samuels lost a lot of money because there was an unexpected result, and so he loses a load of money, and so then he's got to try and figure out what he's going to do to make money. Like, there felt like there was quite a few things you could do with Shah Samuels being a bookie, right? And I really like that. And Noam Dar was kind of with him as well. Noam Dar had his own talk show because he's good. He's a good talker. He's very comfortable with a microphone in his hand, being in front of the crowds. So, you know, he had, was it called the Supernova Sessions, I believe? And Shah Samuel had a segment on that where he would do the odds for matches, right? And as a team, they worked really well together. But of course, NXT UK closes down. And so that means he has to come over, Noam Dar. They decide to keep him because they like his promo work. And so that he comes over to NXT. And then when he comes over, he's doing this whole NXT Heritage Cup thing. And, you know, that didn't really feel like a vehicle that was going to get him. You might remember that was rounds. The Heritage Cup was like a real different match type. So he spent a lot of time kind of trying to get that over and trying to prove himself to be this Heritage Cup champion. And, you know, I think they eventually decided that that match style just didn't really work. So they ended up getting rid of that. And then, as we said, he finds himself in Metaphor. So he's a guy that's got skills, but we just can't quite find the right vehicle to put him in to get him, like, you know, to the main roster. And I feel sorry for him for that. And obviously injury has played a big part. There will come a time where they'll just cut their losses. There will come a time where they're like, you know, the boat has sailed on this. But the truth is, you need lots of different people for the main roster. You need your world champions, you need your mid-card champions, but you need those people that can just get beat. And they just take loss after loss, but they've got something about them that is likable. Tozawa, yeah? Tozawa just takes loss after loss after loss, but he's a nice guy and he's likable. And you don't see anyone calling for him to lose his job because he sucks, right? But that's his position on the cards. I mean, he might get a moment where he eliminates someone in the Rumble and there'll be a big pop for it, like Tozawa just eliminated, you know, Obafemi or something, or whatever it might be. And so you can give them moments, those people, but they're just moments. They're not really going to go and have big runs with titles and stuff. And I really think Noam Dar is that level. No disrespect to him, because I think he's very entertaining. But a lot of people like Santino were very entertaining, and they suffered a lot of losses. You know, they were kind of whipping boys. And I think that's kind of the way that I view Noam Dar, is that, yeah, he can get to the main roster, but that would be the spot I would see him in. And I think because he's that level, which he can always be that level, I don't think there's like a big urgency to part ways. It doesn't feel to me like... And the great thing is, Chelsea kind of was that spot where she would lose a lot. But again, she was so entertaining that she connected. And now she's starting to get a little bit of momentum. You know, she's getting a lot of TV time. They give her a lot of backstage segments. There was the comment made in Unreal by Michael P.S. Hayes where he said, I don't know that she's going to be a world champion. I don't think that's in her future. And the fans kind of push back on it, right? That could absolutely happen to Noam Dar. Just because they might see you as being like, you know, someone that puts others over. If you connect and you actually look at R-Truth, I mean, R-Truth loses like loads of singles matches. But I mean, he's so well liked and popular, it doesn't matter. I mean, when was the last time R-Truth had a run with a mid-card belt? I mean, Noam Dar could absolutely win a tag title. I mean, R-Truth's, you know, had one of those, got one of those. So, you know, Noam Dar could go to the main roster and achieve that. So, the point I'm trying to make is that if you get to the main roster and you can connect with the audience, it doesn't really matter where you are on the cards. I mean, if you can connect to the audience, you're pretty much guaranteeing job security. And really then, depending on the connection, you could have a run with a belt. You could, you know, have some really great moments. You could be the next Chelsea. You could be the next R-Truth. And obviously, you know, things could grow from there. You never know. So he's just got to stay in the game, hasn't he? Get back, be entertaining, make this partnership with Romeo work. And yeah, I would expect him to go up and be a sort of whipping boy enhancement talent type. But it doesn't mean that he still can't achieve anything with that, you know? You're in the game, basically. Better to be in the game than out the game. So, yeah, those are my thoughts on Noam Dar. I like him. I am a fan of Noam Dar. I think he brings something to the table that not everyone has got. And that's like, you know, charisma, personality. You can give him a microphone and he'll be quite entertaining. So, and not everyone's got the ability to do that. Naturally, there's some people that are very kind of insular and, you know, they're not very good at peacocking. And I think that Noam Dar has shown on a consistent basis that he is quite entertaining. So, I like him. I'm glad he's back. Chase Hello said, do we think that Raquel Roxanne will win singles championships? Yeah, definitely. I mean, Roxanne's in her like early 20s still. Raquel, I would say it's a bit more urgent for her because I don't think she's as young. And the other thing as well is that she is really all about her size. I mean, Raquel to me should be a problem if she's in any kind of singles match. Because of her size and her strength. She should be able to look at Bianca, you know, go toe-to-toe with a Bianca. She should be able to go toe-to-toe with the Rhea, but Rhea feels like she's levels above. She should definitely cause problems for people like Io, who is obviously much smaller. So because of Raquel's size, I think that there's a bit more urgency with her to get her going. Because she should be a bit of a destructive force in that women's division. She should be someone that's kind of competing for titles and really in the mix. And I don't know that she has been really. She's sort of been slowly cooking on the side, hasn't she? She's kind of been a little bit out the way in Judgment Day. I certainly don't get the vibe when she comes to the ring like, oh my God, here we go. Raquel, she's going to cause problems, you know? I don't get that vibe about her. So there's a little bit of an issue in regards to aura that we would need to address. But I don't think Judgment Day is very good for aura. I think Judgment Day is just... I think it's quite a good place to cook. Dominica's obviously improved a lot and changed a lot since joining Judgment Day. I would say Liv has as well. I would say Raquel... Not so sure, but I feel like she's in a better place than maybe before she joined Judgment Day. Roxanne, I would say no. I can't say she's in a better place. But she is obviously still quite new, quite fresh. And she's a great talent anyway. So I think she's probably got good TV time out of being in Judgment Day. But yeah, both of them, I think, have got bright futures. I don't have any concern. I certainly have no concerns about Roxanne. If there was one that I'd be concerned for, it'd be Raquel. Because I just think if you've got size like that, you should be in the conversation. You should have aura. You're not really going to connect thanks to your promo skills. I don't think you're necessarily going to connect thanks to your match quality. I think you're going to connect because of your size and your presentation. And if that's not working, that's a concern. So that's why I'd have more concerns about Raquel. Her matches are fine, but they're not mind-blowing. Her promos are fine, but they're not mind-blowing. It's her look, it's her size that's her main calling card. And I think the fact she comes out doesn't have much aura. The fact that she, you know, she can be in a match and you could even not notice. That's a problem. But it's a problem that can be fixed. They've just got to give her momentum and book her better. And obviously, they're going to hopefully look to do that in the near future. Roxanne, I'm not as worried about. She's younger. Yes, she is smaller, but that's not as big a problem in the women's division. Io is small. It's not a problem. But she's a very good wrestler. She's a very good wrestler. And actually, with her mic work as a heel, I thought she was very good in NXT. So I'm not worried about Roxanne. I think they know that they've got something really good with her. So, yeah, I think they will both get there eventually. Big Time said, Raw last week did a record low 2 million views. Oh. That's down 500,000. Airing outside the US time slot. Airing at 2 p.m. Eastern and 11 p.m. Pacific. Raw lightly dragged down the average. Yeah, I mean, obviously being at a different time. I mean, I felt it personally yesterday. I really felt like it was very quiet even on yesterday's stream. I mean, I know it was earlier, so I don't have any expectations of, like, you know, a Raw stream doing its usual sort of numbers. But, yeah, I mean, it just, looking in the chat, it didn't feel like there was as many people around and it felt a little quieter. But, of course, you know, I mean, I've got people hitting me up going, how was Raw? I've been at school. And so you're like, yeah. Our community is, you know, a very big community in America. You know, we've got a big kind of part of America that join us on a regular basis. So if a lot of those people are at school and a lot of those people are at work and a lot of those people have got jobs and bits of other things to do and they, you know, haven't got a chance to watch Raw. I had people getting in touch with me saying, you've spoiled Raw for me because I put, you know, a breakdown video out. And it's like, what am I meant to do? It's aired globally at this time. Like, there's not much I can do. I mean, with SmackDown, I tried to be respectful of the fact that it airs later in America, you know? I tried to be respectful of the fact, well, America hasn't been shown it yet because it airs on USA Network. But with Raw, that's not the case. It airs live everywhere at the same time. So I can't wait for someone to get home and watch it because everyone's watching it at different times. Everyone's like tuning in whenever they can because it's already aired and the video is there to watch. So, yeah, I mean, the whole Raw thing being in Europe, I believe is disruptive. And, you know, I think that is... It's something that they've got to pay attention to, but I don't know what the answer is because I think they want to make sure that they're servicing their European audience. But maybe they need to think about like Raws and SmackDowns being in Europe. Perhaps we need to kind of reduce the amount of those that we do. Perhaps we need to increase house shows and reduce TV events because... Yeah, I mean, the numbers are obviously very disruptive. The lion's share of viewers are obviously still in America. And even though WWE is trying to grow globally, it's difficult. It's really difficult. So, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is to that. But what I do know is that I can't imagine Netflix love those numbers. I can't imagine WWE love those numbers. You know, 2 million globally. And that's not just... 2 million sounds good. But that's 2 million globally. That's like everyone around the world watching 2 million. I mean, don't forget, when SmackDown was on Fox, it was doing 2-point-something million just in America. When it was on Fox a couple of years ago, SmackDown was doing just over 2 million. And that was one night. That was just America Whereas this 2 million for Raw is, I believe, going to be across 7 days. That's 7 days of views. And it's also going to be global. It's also going to be, you know, including Europe and Canada and anywhere else that watches Raw. I mean, 2 million. It's not good, is it? That's not good. I mean, I don't even know what that would be. I heard a rumor that someone worked out that it might mean that it's like 800,000 in America. Something like that. 2 million equates to about 800,000 in America. And there are people that are now starting to speculate that actually Dynamite could be not too far behind Raw right now. If you look at Dynamite's numbers of like, I don't know, 650, if Raw is doing 700 and some thousand, 800,000, and Dynamite's doing 600 odd thousand, the gap might not be that big now. It's just people don't really think about it because when the number comes out for Raw, it's not the same. This is why ratings are so difficult, because everyone's using different systems. I don't know how the Netflix system is worked out, but I know that it historically includes several days of data and obviously includes global numbers. That's obviously different to AEW. Dynamite does not include several days of data, and it does not include anything but the US. So if Dynamite is doing 650 in America, and that's one night's worth of data, then compare it to the Netflix number, which is several days and global. There is a lot of speculation, actually. The gap between AEW, Dynamite, and Raw might not be that great right now. But you do have to remind yourself in saying this was in Europe. A lot of people didn't watch it. There is a big question, though, isn't there? I mean, that would say to me that people are finishing work, finishing school, and they're not watching Raw. They're just watching clips, or they're just watching breakdowns, or whatever it might be. They're not actually going to the video file, otherwise their view would have registered. So WWE has got a bit of a problem there, where people are quite happy to not sit through 2.5 hours of stuff, even kind of fast forwarding or whatever. They don't want to do that. They'd much rather just get the results or watch the YouTube clips, because that would say to me that their view just doesn't even get registered. And I got to tell you, with like how quiet it felt yesterday to me, just like chatting to people, and there not being as many people around, I think the number for this week's going to come out low as well. I won't be shocked if the exact same number comes out for this week's show, which is a shame because I thought this week's Raw was good. But, I mean, it's not a great time, is it? It's not a great time to air for America, and America is the biggest audience, so I'm sure that's going to lead to some very interesting conversations. Will it just be a conversation of there's not much we can do, it was Europe, shrug the shoulders and move on? Or do they think about how many Raws and SmackDowns air outside of America and really try to minimize it because it's so disruptive? It's a big drop, that. 2 million global views, down by 500,000. It's not just a little drop. It's not like 50,000 or 100,000. Losing 500,000 views. I mean, that's pretty much all of NXT. NXT gets 500 and some thousand. So it's not just... It's a significant drop, that is. It's like 2 times the viewers that TNA get. It's a big drop. So I don't know how much you can just shrug that off. I don't know. Obviously, I can't speak for whatever they're chatting about, but I do think that is an interesting number. Dormouse, hello. Hope you're doing well. Dormouse said, hit that like button. Missed y'all and love y'all. Dormouse, hope life's treating you well, buds. Hope life's treating you well. I heard that AEW has got a streaming deal now, said Hater, which sucks because WWE has a TV deal for AAA on Fox. Oh, a streaming deal with Fox. Yeah, that's in Mexico, though, isn't it? So AAA is on Fox in Mexico. I'm not sure how that company would work. I mean, obviously the network's going to want to do what they can that they think's in their best interest. But normally WWE puts some sort of anti-competition thing in. But if Fox have found a way around it and they can cater for AAA and they can cater for AEW, obviously Fox are going to, be happy to do that. WWE, if they couldn't stop it, obviously couldn't stop it. It's the business world, isn't it? It is the business world. WWE are going to do what they can to obviously protect their own business, protect their own interests. But AEW are also going to do what they can to protect their interests, their business. Fox are going to do what they can to protect their bit. So you've got all these like little things going on, and it's quite interesting watching it all unfold. But it's an interesting one. It's a real interesting one. I mean, do you remember when we went to Netflix? The excitement. I mean, no one knew what the numbers would look like. Because, I mean, this was a step into the unknown. It was a gamble for Netflix. It was a gamble for WWE. And there was a lot of excitement around what it would mean. Because I think the general consensus was that terrestrial TV, network TV is dying. And streaming is obviously the place to be. So having Raw on the biggest streaming platform in the world, live, weekly, I mean, the excitement was through the roof. And here we are, like a year and a half later, talking about, I think I'm right in saying several days worth of numbers, global numbers being 2 million. It's just, that's not good. That doesn't strike me as good. And there's a problem there. There's definitely a problem there. I wonder what WWE do to improve that. I mean, this is where you have to start thinking of bringing in a celebrity, not for a match, but, just making some noise, doing something that can get attention, doing something to make some noise. Problem is, if you get a celebrity, they'll want to do a match. And, this is where you kind of find yourself in a bit of a sticky situation. But who could you bring in that's going to, get some noise? I mean, I'd love for them to get like a Taylor Swift, have her in the ring and have a wrestler interrupt. I mean, you could see that kind of playing out on the news networks. I mean, you could see that creating some noise where, Taylor Swift's just there to, say hello to the fans and maybe do a number in the ring. Make out that she expressed an interest to perform on the show. She's a wrestling fan, and it's always been a dream of hers to compete. Make some up to actually sing a song on the show or whatever. And so you do some, and then bang, of course, a wrestler comes out. Have some heel come out, Jade-esque type, and leads to a slap or something. I'm not interested in a match, but how do you create noise? How can you create noise? How can you get people to be like, oh my God, what the hell's going on there? And actually get some, some traction. I mean, the number will bounce back when we go to America. It'll go back to 2.5 million. But even at 2.5 million, it still feels like it needs a boost. It needs something, And I don't know if that is just simply, let's do Bloodline again. I mean, it really might be something more than that we need. It's very interesting. I'm not saying it should be Taylor Swift, by the way, but I'm just, spitballing as to how could you, really make some noise? How could you really generate some interest? How could you really get some people to tune in and kind of want to see what's going to happen? I mean, Speed is really popular. Obviously, iShow Speed is really popular. I mean, is there an opportunity to do something there? But again, it's going to lead to a match in it, and that's not really what I'm looking for. But when you see those kinds of numbers, you do go, yeah, I get it. I do get it. Daze, what was your favourite version of Crush? Do we think in canon he was always supposed to be the same guy from Demolition to DOA? That's such a good question, because I can't remember when he was evolving as to whether they kind of ever referenced. I don't think they really did. I don't think they did. I mean, I remember when he became Kona Crush that there was vignettes of him on the beach in Hawaii. And I certainly cannot recall any mention of, like, you know, my days of demolition are done or anything like that. It was just more like, you know, here in Hawaii, we like to take life easy, but I'm not going to be taking anything easy in the WWE. I think, I don't remember, I cannot recall when he was evolving to these different versions of himself that he ever made reference to a previous version. But because he kept the same name and because it was so clearly the same person, I in my mind, I always saw it as just an evolution of the character, you know? I always saw it as him being his real self. So, you know, when he was in Demolition, of course you had to wear that stuff to fit in with the group. Of course you did. But once Demolition came to an end, he became his real self. And, you know, that was Kona Crush from Hawaii. That's who he really was. And then DOA, you know, this is obviously when he needed to get an edge. And this is when, you know, we needed to get an attitude. And so, of course, there was an evolution there. So I think I always viewed it as an evolution, but I can't say that I ever actually saw that referenced. I think I'd like to think that in canon it was just an evolution. It'd be a bit silly if we were meant to believe they were like 3 different people. So I've got to think that it was an evolution. But it's a good question because I don't ever recall hearing it being mentioned, his previous gimmicks, you know. WWE post whole matches on YouTube within minutes before the show is even complete. They are shooting themselves in the foot, says Pat. Do you know, it's an interesting point, actually, and this is where them going after content and copyright strikes, you do go, yeah, it makes sense, actually. I mean, I've had my TikTok deleted, I've had my Facebook deleted, I've had my Instagram deleted, and I've not complained about it, right? Because I was using their footage to show my reaction. I was reacting to their footage, right? And you can get into a grey area about, was it transformative? And, you know, it's a 3-hour show and you're using a couple of minutes, blah, 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 right? I mean, you could get into those conversations. But, I mean, the truth is that WWE want to do what they can to protect their content. And I understand that. The thing is, it's hard to do because seconds after something has happened, it's all over social media. And obviously it takes the system time to take them down. So it's really difficult because moments are everywhere, clips are everywhere. And I don't feel like the technology is there yet to just instantly prevent it from being uploaded. Each platform is a little different. I mean, for example, on Facebook, it won't let me upload any footage. Like, I've tried to put reaction clips up and just it automatically won't let me do it. But actually on X, no problem. On TikTok, no problem. But then on TikTok, the footage gets copyright struck eventually. And that gets deleted. But on X, my account's still there. And all my reaction clips are still there. So it's not like a one rule kind of a situation. If I only had an X account and I just uploaded my reaction clips to that, I would have been unaffected. But over on Facebook, they seem to be a lot harsher. That I think was the first account to go. So I agree, WWE are a bit of their own enemies because they upload matches so quickly after the matches have happened. But I think the reason for it is because that content is absolutely everywhere online anyway. So WWE are just trying to get, you know, whatever views they can. And they're sort of competing against other people that are just putting clips up. I mean, I think if you put clips up online of shows, I think that is, you know, that's a hard argument, isn't it? That you should be allowed to do that. Because I don't think that it's necessarily transformative. That you're not really adding anything to it. You're not really changing the original piece. You're literally just putting a clip up of the show. So I can understand those being taken down. And as I said, it's debatable, isn't it? Is a reaction clip transformative? Do my comments and my reactions really make a massive difference? I can always put it up without the thing, but, if you're going to act shocked and you're just going to be like open mouth shocked, people are going to not know what you're reacting to. And so this is where having the footage feels like a necessity, really. I used to put up reaction clips without any footage, and, that no one was really interested. And I could understand why, because people just don't quite know what you're reacting to. Even if you put it in the title, it's just not the same. So there's the whole thing is difficult, right? And I've not complained about it once, because I get it. I get that it's difficult. I understand that I don't think WWE particularly personally want to hurt any content creators, but I think equally they are trying to figure out how do we stop people watching the shows by watching just reaction clips or people's clips, or, because that's not helping WWE. So I get it. I really do get it. I really do understand. It feels like a problem we haven't quite figured out the solution for yet. It feels like we haven't quite worked it out. And I don't know what that solution is. I wonder if they could allow reaction clips up to a minute in length or something for shows over a week old. So that means that the new content is, just WWE. But once it's gone through a week, then, the rules relax a little bit. I mean, as of right now, the older content doesn't really carry much value. And I wonder if that's the way forward. That way, people that make documentaries or whatever, like Wrestle with Andy, would be unaffected by using older content. People that make reaction clips can still put them up, but there's a week-long delay. And I think if those rules were out there and people understood them, that's part of the problem, is there's no rules. I mean, WWE has never said that you can't do this thing. And of course, people have been putting like reaction clips and using WWE footage fine for years without there being an issue. No problem. No copyright strike, no takedowns, no emails of please stop, nothing. It was not a problem. And then out the blue, it became a problem. So because it's hard to know what the rules are. I mean, if the rules are just you don't use their footage at all, that's it, that's the rule. Okay, that's the rule. But they've never said that. And there's, in fact, been an allowance where they've actually even used people's reactions on their show. It felt like a little bit transactional, like we're using your footage, you're using the reaction footage, and it felt kind of a little bit like it was all accepted and it was all allowed. I think it's hard to understand what the rules are. But again, I ain't complaining. I'm just literally trying to say how it is, which is, okay, is this where we are now, where you can't use any footage? If that's where we are now, then okay, fine, shame. I think that their presence will be a lot smaller online, because I think that a lot of people discovered WWE and stuff through other content, not just the official channels. And I think that if you've got a lot of people that want to engage in your product and get excited about your product and share that excitement for your product, that shouldn't be something that you dissuade. So, but again, there has to be barriers. So I don't really have the answer. It's very difficult. But I think going back to the original point, this is why they put their content up so early, because I think that they have been and still are in a bit of a battle with social media and trying to, match that. So again, it feels like a grey area. It feels like a big job to sort of clean all that up. Be very interesting to see where we are in a few years' time. But yeah, I mean, even if you did all of that, would people just watch reviews, read results? I mean, perhaps if your show was so good that like it felt unmissable, that people would, tune in. Perhaps we're at the stage where the shows are too long. I mean, like, maybe there's a conversation around people just don't have 2.5 hours, 3 hours to sit down and watch wrestling if they don't have to. If you are at work or at school and you do not have to sit down and watch the show, you're not at home anyway, and you've got the ability to just read results and watch a few highlights, the truth is people would do that if they're not watching live. It only, and I think there is something to this actually, only really works as a live presentation. And I think that I can say that with confidence, because if you look at Raw doing 2 million views globally across several days, that says to me the bulk of that is going to have come live. You're going to have got the majority of that live. And then, of course, some people will have got home and watched the show. But across several days, that's not a great number. I would have expected globally that number to have been about that live anyway. And I think it shows that not loads of people are clicking on and wanting to watch it after the fact. I'm sure WWE has got loads of data, but if you take something like Stranger Things, right? Obviously, that's going to do better numbers. But what is the percentage of people that watch that as soon as it drops or the day it drops compared to how many people tune into it in the days afterwards? And then what is the percentage of people that watch Raw live compared to the people that watch it in the days afterwards? That would be interesting, because I think WWE, a lot more people watch it live and then it just dies a death after. I don't think people watch it after. And I think this is probably why the back catalogue isn't really worth much, because I don't think people really go into that too much. Everyone will dip in and watch the odd show and all this, but to be honest, there's so much wrestling now that I think a lot of people are just digging into the current product, and that's enough for them for the week. 2.5 on a Monday, 3 on a Friday, and then NXT another 2 hours, and you might watch AEW each Wednesday, and you might watch TNA, and you've got all the PLEs. Where are you going to fit extra? So if you can get home and not have to worry about watching it, maybe WWE could do a really good, they might already do it, but like a highlight show of half an hour where you just cut out entrances and you cut out like bits of matches that don't matter. Just show the highlights of the matches, show the highlights of the promos, make sure you've got all the bits in that you need. Obviously no adverts. I mean, take adverts out of a show, that's, you've saved about 40 odd minutes there. Cut out entrances, you've saved out a chunk of time. And I wonder if you could just get the best bits and just put like a half an hour episode together. And I wonder if that's something you could really push on Netflix. Rather than watching the original big video file, here's the best. This is what you need to watch. Sit down and watch this, because this is going to give you everything. And it's got all the results. It's got all the key talking points. And it's got none of the waffle. And I wonder if that would be something that would be useful. Don't know. Tricky. That maybe opens up to a lot more conversation. Ian said, hope you're doing good. And you? What do we think is going to be the end game with Jacob in the bloodline? I think he'll slowly manipulate the Usos from within to run things and then usurp. Is it usurp? The tribal chief. Yeah, I like that. To be honest, I was thinking that he was probably going to get into a feud with Jay and maybe fall out with Roman, and then they would collide again. I mean, it might be one of those stories where Jacob's in the group. He's not really feeling the love. Jay keeps winding him up. The fans are chanting for Jacob to break out. He finally does. Goes after Jay, beats up Jay. Jimmy's got a problem with it. He beats him up as well. And then we get back to Roman, Jacob, and Jacob gets one over on Roman. But your way is interesting, which is where the Usos kind of slowly come round to Jacob. And, maybe Roman is sort of causing some issues in the group. You know, when the Usos first joined, they weren't expected to acknowledge, but that does then become an expectation. And as time goes by, it does become bloodline of olds, and that's not what they want. And, you know, Jacob then stands up. So I don't know which way it goes. I think there's a few different ways that it can go, but I don't mind this story. I really don't. I think it's quite interesting now. I keep saying it, but I was not a big fan at the start because it just felt really rushed. I think this feels to me like a good book, right? But the open, the first chapter, you're kind of like, oh, I'm just not sure about this. I don't know that this is for me. And you've got a friend going, no, stick with it. Trust me, stick with it. And you're like, yeah, but I'm not sure. That first chapter ain't grabbed me. It's like, no, come on. Okay. And then you're now a good bit in, about a quarter of the way in. You're like, oh yeah, no, you was right. This is good. And that's kind of how I feel about this. I had lots of questions, doubts, felt very rushed at the beginning. But, you know, I thought some of the matches were pretty good between Jacob and Roman. And then, of course, that acknowledgement ceremony last week I thought was excellent. I really enjoyed that. You know, I think if you can get yourself to a situation where a wrestler is sort of kneeling before another wrestler and the crowd are like silent because they're watching it unfolds, and then they go, oh, as someone kneels down. I mean, that says to me that you are telling a story that people are engaged with. And I mean, you know, behind the scenes are all loving it. Jacob's loving it with Roman and the Usos, and, you know, they're all kind of like, yeah, this is great. And they're all like, but actually in front of the camera, the story is very compelling. And, you know, we've obviously watching someone, and he's obviously a very proud person. He's obviously someone that's a very passionate person, wants to do right by his family, and, you know, will even take out his own family to achieve it. And for him to have to humble himself that way, I think that was such a powerful, I thought it was a really good segment. And it's weird because I saw criticism for it. I saw people saying they didn't really care for it, but I thought it was brilliant. And yeah, this story has got me now. So I'm on board. I'm totally on board. I'm really into what they're doing. I like the story. It feels like Bloodline of old to me. I do still miss Sammy, of course. But it feels like Bloodline of old, and that can't be a bad thing. The only problem is that because it's Bloodline again, we've done Bloodline. I don't know that this is going to necessarily have the same impact as, you know, I mean, we're doing Bloodline, and that segment still only did 2 million. But of course, it's in Europe, it's earlier, blah, blah, blah. We'll have to see when we get back to America if, like, those numbers skyrocket. I'm sure there'll be a nice improvement, of course, but yeah, that would be the concern, that we're doing all this and the numbers recently have still not been anything special, to say the least. Edward said it sounds like TKO have got fingerprints over the content creator clips. I don't think WWE is that concerned with the issue. I don't know. I don't know. I've not seen any kind of update on it. I mean, the only thing I know is that it seems like TKO WWE hired some company to kind of use their technology to help kind of detect stuff. So I've heard a rumor of that. Whether Triple H is bothered, I doubt. I'd imagine he's more focused on, you know, booking the show and making the show as good as possible. Nick Khan, I could believe, sees it as an issue. I could believe Nick Khan is someone that's obviously very business savvy, and he focuses less on the creative and more on other factors. So Nick Khan could be someone that had a problem with it. And the TKO boards absolutely could have it on their radar. But yeah, I don't know if it's TKO. I don't know if it's WWE, and by WWE I mean Nick Khan. But they're in constant communication anyway. I certainly think it's above the Triple H level. But whatever. I mean, it is what it is. And if anything, it's good to get a bit of clarity. If you sort of know the situation If you know, I mean, this is one of my headaches at the moment. This is another reason why we don't have like Unseens coming out and all of that at the moment, because obviously there's been a massive change. For example, I wanted to do some videos which were going to be fun videos, and I've been speaking about them for a long time. But a lot of the content that I'd been putting into folders ready to get going with these fun videos, I mean, they are clips of the show, which we were going to watch, enjoy, talk about, and, you know, that was going to be a feature. They're not clips that I got. They're clips that people have just shared on social media. I mean, that Fade Away Media, Fade, was a big channel that was putting out lots of content. Lots of, like, do you remember this from back in the day, or whatever it might be? And yeah, I mean, all of a sudden, those videos now, I'm looking at those fun videos I wanted to do, going, with this new landscape, I'm not even sure what I could get away with in regards to doing that. I mean, I just wanted to get regular fun videos. I think there's a big question that I've kind of asked myself in 2026, and that is, going forward, what do you kind of want the channel to be? You know, do you want to just do news? And I mean, that's fine. And we can still do Unseen. But I don't necessarily see that as being what the channel should just be. Just like talking about news and then doing live streams. I am very clear in my mind that the one thing that's missing from this channel is fun videos. I've got, whatever it is, I've got to get fun videos onto the channel. I don't know quite what that looks like. I don't know quite what that is. I thought I did, and I still might, but there has been a change there because of this content situation. And so trying to work that out, trying to understand what you can not get away with, but, you know, what is the landscape now, that's hard. And it's not something that is a quick fix. So, you know, I've got like social media channels that are dead that I need to bring back. But if I bring them back, I can't just keep doing the same reaction stuff, because those channels will get deleted again. So what does that look like? I mean, it's really changed a lot. It has kind of kicked a lot of stuff up into the air, and it is really head scratching. So there's a lot of kind of thought on that. There's a lot of trying a few things, and that doesn't work, or that doesn't feel right. Obviously, you know, I'm okay with not doing Unseen recently because the European tour made it very difficult anyway. But now we're at the point where Unseen needs to come back, and that's fine, and I'll do that. But that's not what this channel should be. This channel should be having fun content on as well. So trying to get that plate spinning, trying to get the social media stuff back, it's a big focus, all of that. And that's why things might seem a little off at the moment or something, you know? Might seem like there's not loads of content coming out, or it might not seem like there's kind of as much going on, but that's because I'm trying to figure out what the way forward looks like with this kind of new landscape. So yeah, it's changed a lot. It's affected a lot. The channel will emerge out of it, and hopefully emerge out of it stronger. But trying to navigate through is an interesting challenge, to be honest. But that's YouTube. That's how it goes. You know, that's how you've constantly got to be reassessing and reanalyzing. And we're just really fortunate that, like, the streams obviously are working and are strong, and people join us, and I'm so appreciative of that, because without this, I mean, we really would be in trouble. So the streams have obviously been the main kind of thing on the channel, the main focus, and they will continue. I mean, that's, you know, never changing. But yeah, I'm very fortunate that we can sort of lean on these streams and then, you know, work out the other stuff. But I must admit, it is a concern. Like yesterday, it was quieter for Raw. And then you look at the numbers coming out of Netflix and you go, okay, that's why. And you go, oh, it's not a great time right now. So yeah, some stuff that definitely needs to get worked out. Chase said, do we think WWE need to have more stipulations at pay-per-view? We always see one-on-one matches, but we don't see stipulations. I think it makes matches more fun and entertaining. I don't know, to be honest, because we do get stipulations. I mean, we just had a tribal combat match, for example, which was... I think a part of the problem is a lot of stipulations just feel exactly the same. A street fight can feel pretty much the same to a tribal combat, to a no DQ, to a last man standing. I mean, a lot of these stipulations are basically there's no rules. And what we don't tend to get too much of is, you know, a dog kennel from hell type match, or we don't tend to get, you know, an Inferno match, or a buried alive match, or a casket match, or summer on a pole match, or whatever, right? Those kind of match types that aren't just no DQ. But, you know, we've had an unsanctioned match, which was that Roman, Jacob. There was an unsanctioned match that we had. Can't even remember what that was. Can't even remember who fought in that now. But there was an unsanctioned match. And then we had a tribal combat match. So, I mean, there are matches on recent PLEs that have had stipulations. But at the end of the day, a lot of it is just no DQ. So, yeah, I'm certainly not down on having some, like a cage match, a Hell in a Cell match. And actually, I thought that we should get a Hell in a Cell between Ober and Brock. That I'd like to see that. They've had 2 singles matches. It feels like they should have a stipulation. And I think Hell in a Cell would be good. Because that allows them to use the cage, use weapons, keeps Heyman locked out, keeps them locked in. And I think, you know, Brock, the Beast, being inside of a cage, but being inside of a cage with Ober, I think that could be really good. So, yeah, there's maybe an argument for them to maybe try some sort of new match type, some sort of new stipulation. But they could definitely bring in some older bits as well. But to be honest with you, I don't think that's like WWE's biggest problem. I think if you just look at general match quality, promos that don't really say anything, stories that people just aren't really engaged with. I mean, the LA Knight story at the moment where he just keeps banging on about Roman, I've seen a lot of criticism for that. And I think, like, that's the stuff they need to fix. That's the stuff that, you know, SmackDown in general just not being good enough. That's the stuff it feels like they need to fix. I can't say that a lack of, like, stipulations on shows is a massive problem, but and as I said, they've been doing stipulations. We've had stipulations on shows. It's just a lot of them feel exactly the same. A lot of them just don't feel very adventurous enough. And yeah, there definitely could be something to improve in that. Big Time said the social numbers for Raw when they go live are way up with impressive likes on Twitter and Instagram. Well, I could believe that because, as we just said, if people are interested in wrestling, right? The one thing we shouldn't think is that wrestling is dead or anything. I don't think that's true at all. I don't believe that. I think wrestling is in good health, actually. I think if you look at what's happening in Mexico and the excitement coming out of there, if you think about the fact that, you know, the wrestling market in North America is a bit diluted because you've now got AEW as a viable alternative. I mean, if AEW wasn't around, some of those people would be tuning into WWE. But instead they choose AEW because it's more to their taste. So, you know, you've got good competition in AEW. And so I think that wrestling is in good health. I think it's not like wrestling's on the verge of dying out and people, you know, don't care for wrestling. It's just WWE are maybe struggling a bit with their ratings, certainly with it being over in Europe right now. So if people aren't going to tune into the show on Netflix, then as we said, chances are they are getting their wrestling fix from highlights, from video views, from breakdown videos, results videos, review videos, whatever it might be. And I feel like there's many places you can go and get that. And so, yeah, I'm not shocked to hear that maybe that side of it is doing good. But that side of it does not pay anywhere near as much to WWE as their Netflix deal or their USA Network deal. That's the most important thing. So actually, WWE is still going to be concerned that, you know, the way people are consuming wrestling is changing, and it's not necessarily changing in a way that's going to be financially beneficial. I mean, what is the future of WWE? I mean, it's a big question, and we're not going to get into it because we could spend forever on it. But I mean, what does that look like? I don't know that it looks like a 3-hour show in 20 years' time. I really don't know. Because the way people are consuming it is, you know, the ratings are going down and down and down. And so really you do have to start asking the question, the way that you package wrestling, is it correct that it's in a 3-hour format? Is that the right way to deliver wrestling? Is that how it should be packaged? Or should it be a case that it's on half an hour every day? And actually, you can do that on YouTube. I mean, you could do half an hour every day. I mean, maybe Raw and SmackDown as 2 separate brands is not the future. Perhaps it's just an overall WWE show that airs every day for half an hour, and or an hour every day. I mean, if you did an hour every day on YouTube, that would be 5 hours a week. That's the same as having a 2-hour Raw and a 3-hour SmackDown. And instead of presenting it that way, it's just an hour. That way, does that work better? I don't know. Do the views of that replace the numbers that they're getting at the moment? Certainly the money wouldn't, because YouTube doesn't pay anywhere near as well as what like USA Network does and whatever. But then will there be another platform that comes along that might pay better? I don't know. I really don't know. It's hard to envisage wrestling changing, but what I would say is if you go back through wrestling's history, there was a lot of kind of highlight shows. There's a lot of shows, I mean, think about primetime wrestling where you had Gorilla and Bobby sat down talking and then they would throw to a match. I mean, maybe it's that's going to be where we move to, where it's not just constant wrestling. I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. All I know is that the ratings keep going down and down and down. There's no sign of that stopping, and that will continue. Terrestrial TV and network TV feels like it'll stay because of sports and, of course, you know, shows that people like. But even shows that people like now live on things like Netflix, like Stranger Things, and live on other platforms. So I don't know. What is the future? What is the future? We know where we are right now, but where are we in 20 years, 30 years, 50 years? What does that look like? Is it still Raw and SmackDown in 50 years? And if so, where's it being aired? And what are the viewing figures? And how does YouTube fit into it? And what other platform could be around in 50 years is a long time. What other platform's going to be around? I mean, is YouTube gone by that point? Did it make some mistakes and some rival like TikTok replaced it? You know, I don't know. I don't know where the future of it is heading. Obviously, WWE don't really need to worry about that at this stage. You just kind of play the hand you're dealt at the moment. But I do think there's an interesting conversation around the whole uploading of matches straight after they've aired. Why would you do that? You're preventing people from potentially watching the show. I mean, if someone watches 3 highlight clips of matches that they're interested in from YouTube, what's the appeal to then go home and watch the Raw Netflix show? If you, on your way home, whilst you're traveling, have already watched several segments. I mean, there just isn't. There just isn't. So you can easily say that that is taken away from Netflix views. But then equally, there's going to be stuff all over social media, isn't there? The clips that other people have put up, which might get taken down eventually, but not straight away. So, yeah, interesting. I don't want to get too much into that because I feel like we're getting a bit too far down the rabbit hole, but it's okay to touch on it from time to time. Wrestling Andy said you should start the official Daze podcast and just clip everything. I kind of feel like we do that in these 2 hours, to be honest, where we just talk wrestling and whatever. I suppose in a way this is a bit podcast-ish. So I'm not very good when it comes to like taking clips out of the streams, but I mean it is something that's been on my mind because there's obviously a lot of conversations we've had, most of which now are out of date. But I don't know. It's definitely something that needs changing around here. Because I was quite happy with how things were working, to be honest. You know, the reaction clips would sort of be little adverts for the streams. The streams were the big focus. We would do the breakdowns. We would do Unseen. We had news covered. Yes, we still needed to get a bit of fun on the channel. But I felt that the reaction clips were bringing a bit of that. Bringing a bit of colour. Bit of entertainment. Bit of fun. We had a few jokes and a bit of banter that, you know, we could take out and chuck out there. And now that's gone. Or at least it's a lot harder. I can still upload to places like X, and I might still get away with the odd summit on YouTube, but I wouldn't want to run that risk on this channel. I could do it on a different one. But yeah, it's a head scratcher. It really is. So I hope you've been unaffected, Andy. You should be what we've used in little clips. So hopefully they haven't got to you, but yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher. Word Live Cena fan said, do we think Stephanie could cost Liv's progression in Queen of the Ring? She could do. But equally, they might want to do the Liv Raquel final. So, but she could, yeah. It's what we originally thought was going to happen. Chase said, I've got a question. Do we think the main women should focus on main titles and the women with little experience go after mid-card titles? Yes and no. I think that like that feels like the right way to do it. But if you've got someone like Becky that's been around the main titles for a long time to the point where people are now calling her Becky Hogan, right? Saying that she's always around those belts, not giving other people a chance. And you've got a mid-card person that's ready to step up, right? Someone like, I don't know, Jade, right? Who was a tag team champ. And clearly they saw big things for her and they want to now get her to that main event level. You can't keep adding and adding and adding without taking away. So where do you put those people? So what you do is you put a Becky in the mid-card to, you know, bring some credibility to that belt. And you have her compete against a Lyra. Or you have her compete against a Maxine. Or you have her compete against an AJ Lee. Which I don't think was ideal. I think ideally for that, they would have liked the world title, I think. It's a bit strange to have Becky, AJ battling over the Intercontinental. But I get why they did that. And I also understand why Charlotte goes to a tag division. And Bayley goes to a tag division. Because you've got to allow a Stephanie and a Jade. I mean, maybe not particularly those people. But you've got to allow new talent to kind of, you know, go through the ranks and get to the top. And when they get there, it can't be, you know, 20 odd people. So you've got to find something else for Bayley to do. You've got to find something else for Becky to do. You've got to find something else for Charlotte to do. And this is where the tag belts come in. And this is why we don't have proper women's tag division. You know, we don't have the female demolition. We don't have, even though we would say that's Irresistible Forces because they wore that sick gear at WrestleMania, right? But like, we don't have Legion of Doom, Demolition, Heart Foundation, British Bulldog, you know, proper teams that have been teaming together for several years. Because the way they use the tag division, as we keep saying, is it's a place to go when you're not needed elsewhere. And so Lyra, Bayley become a team. Alexa, Charlotte become a team. Nia, Lash become a team, right? We chuck girls together and make them a team. And we've done that for forever and ever and ever. We've done that since the women's tag belts have been in existence. We've put women and chucked them together and made teams because it's a way of getting them out of the title picture so others can be in the title picture. So it's not as straightforward as just saying the big name should be around the world title. The middle name should be around the middle title. I mean, you've always going to have people ready to step up. You're always going to have people that are ready to take that next step. And then As a result, it's going to get too cluttered. You're going to have to take some people out. They're going to have to do other things. Some of the other things might just be a grudge match. Might be that, like Io did with Asuka. That wasn't around a title. That was around a story. So we were able to do that for Io, but you can't necessarily do that for everyone. Instead, you have to have some people kind of go after tag belts, or as we said, Becky carries the Intercontinental. So I think if you try and put some sort of rule in place like that, you're going to restrict yourself. All of a sudden it's going to become really, really difficult to know, okay, well, I can't use Becky for the Intercontinental. I can't put Becky in the tag belts because she's too big for it. I think if you keep that mindset, you're just going to have loads of women around the top end of the cards. You're going to really struggle to know what to do with them. You might be able to create the odd feud that you can do, of course, but you're still going to have a lot of people around. So I think spreading them out and kind of putting a bit of experience, a bit of star power into the other divisions isn't necessarily a bad thing. I think it was quite good. I think Becky's run with the IC belt was quite good. I didn't hate it. I think the AJ thing was not quite right. Personally, I would rather that we did AJ Becky away from the belt. I didn't feel like the belt was needed. I would have done them away from the belt, and then someone could have been built with the belt, and someone could have been so we could have had AJ Becky and had someone running with the Intercontinental Championship, not necessarily Maxine, but you could have had someone, maybe Stephanie, perhaps rather than being a world champion, Stephanie could have been running with the Intercontinental, and then when it was time for her to step up and go after the world title, perhaps there would have been more of a connection with the audience. The audience like her, but I don't know if the audience love her. And that, I think it's time. You've got to get used to people. I think Stephanie having that Intercontinental rather than Becky would have been better, personally. Although I do like Becky's run, but just not when it was with AJ. And that could have been a separate thing, but by the by, it's done now. Did we see that Mason Rook has now got his first shirt? It's got his chant on it, and it's on WWE Shop. Yeah, we looked at it. I think, was it yesterday we went to WWE Shop? I was looking to see if there was a Fatal Influence shirt, and saw that they had his Big is Bad, he'll body slam your dad. Good, great. I'm shocked there's still no Fatal Influence shirt, though. The only one seems to be one that's got Jasmine Nix on it still. So, bit disappointing that they haven't got any merch yet. Probably worth asking the question of, like, why don't you have any merch? Why have they not done that? I'm sure that might spark the creative team into life to get something out. They might even be working on something. I'm not sure. But, yeah, definitely a missed opportunity so far. Because I would have been tempted to have got one if the shirt looked good. I forgot to mention as well, we do Wrestle Feud, don't we, on a Wednesday. So we always ask the question, and I've gotten more questions for you. So let's just quickly jump to that. We've still got over half an hour, so we're fine for time. But this is the questionnaire. We've only had 15 responses because I forgot to put the link in. So help, yeah? Answer this. If you click that link in the chat, it'll just take you to this form. Simple, right? It's pinned in the chat, and it will take you to this. 4 questions, and you can see we've had 15 responses so far. And so this is just a game we play with the members, but I need your feedback to help provide the answers. So, what was the worst gimmick change ever? And this is probably a difficult one to explain because obviously Wrestle with Andy gave a great example where he was saying about Crush being in Demolition and then Kona Crush and then going into DOA. So, that would be a good example. You could say that one of those was a downgrade, right? You could also talk about how The Godfather was Papa Shango going into Karma, right? And kind of, and then Godfather. And so you could talk about like that as an example. But equally, you could talk about Bayley, about how she was the hugger, and then she obviously turned heel and her presentation changed. She was still Bayley, but I would accept that because she's completely different. She's no longer a babyface. She's no longer the hugger. She no longer has the wacky inflatable. They feel to me like very different personas. That feels like a change to her presentation, to her gimmick. So I would accept that. So anywhere where a character has changed, be it they've become a completely different person or the presentation has changed in some way, what do you think are the worst examples of that? I think that's a very interesting question, right? Then we've got what was the best pandemic moments. I like that because pandemic is seen as a bit of a rough time, but there was some good stuff. So what do you think was the best pandemic moment? Who do you think's the worst ever women's world champion in WWE? You could go all the way back. I mean, the women's championship obviously goes all the way back, starting with Fabulous Moolah, who was the NWA women's champion. She brought that to WWE. Then, of course, you know, she got into it with Wendy Richter and Leilani Kai. That takes us to WrestleMania 1. Belt then goes back to the Fabulous Moolah. Sherry gets her hands on it. Rockin' Robin gets her hands on it. Alundra Blaze gets her hands on it. Go back through the history. And obviously, I'm guessing most people will think more recent than that. But who do you think was the worst women's world champion? And then just a fun one to end. What's your favourite botch? Of all the botches, we've had all the slips and trips and, you know, all the things that have happened. What's your favourite botch? So those are the 4 questions this week. I kind of like them. I think they're good. Yeah, click the link and leave your feedback on those. Okay, let's take that down. Let's go back here. Pat said Papa Shango should have lasted longer, but I get that it might have run its course and we're out of good ideas. Emphasis on good. Do you know, I think he needed to go darker. I think Papa Shango for me was a great character, but I think that it's a fine line. It's always been a fine line between good and cringe when it comes to that sort of darker stuff. Undertaker was the master of simplicity and keeping it on the right side of things. I think that there are times though where, for me, and I'm a big Undertaker fan, I would say there are times where, you know, things go a bit cringe with even the Undertaker. I mean, for him to have had the career that he's had, to say that absolutely everything he was involved in like was fantastic and, you know, was amazing, I think would be a bit disingenuous. I think there's definitely times where you go, that was a bit off, you know, wasn't too keen on that. But by and large, loved it. I think with Papa Shango, I don't know. I mean, as a kid, I loved the black goo kind of coming out of the Warriors' hair. But that's something I could see like a Dave Meltzer not feeling, you know? I think things that work for kids don't necessarily work for adults. Kids largely love everything they get, but, you know, you could imagine a lot of adults sort of roll in their eyes going, what the hell am I watching? So I think the Papa Shango character, I agree, was very interesting. This sort of voodoo doctor sort of character. Loved the presentation. I think the costuming and everything was so good that I kind of think he needed to go a little darker with what he was doing. And yeah, I don't know. I can't really explain as to why it didn't work. I suppose in a way I'm surprised they didn't give him more wins and make him more credible, because I sort of feel like if he was to really pick up wins, you could see him being like a real big challenge for people. But problem was that he kept losing and sort of ran out of momentum. And I think there was a few things that were seen as a little bit cringe, like that black goo stuff, which a lot of us will look back on fondly, but I don't think was as well received at the time. And so as a result, like, just never seemed to really connect, never seemed to be shifting the merch. They always struggled to find stuff to do with him. I suppose like losing big feuds, losing big stories, you know, didn't help. I think, you know, his botched interference at WrestleMania 8 didn't help either. There was just things like that where I think they decided that they could do something else, something better. They just really struggled, didn't they, in that time period to figure out what people wanted. As soon as Hulkamania ended, I just don't think they knew what people wanted. Vince had, like, some great ideas. Of course he did. But his big ideas, when they came to an end, I don't think he had, like, you know, a really good alternative. A lot of stuff that happens in WWE is organic. You know, he knew he wanted Hogan, and that was his first big call. And he knew he wanted to do WrestleMania. That was his second big call. And so those are big things that he got correct. But once Hogan ended, and, you know, thankfully WrestleMania never has. But, I mean, if WrestleMania had run out of steam, if people just, you know, didn't really care for it and it just started to lose numbers, I don't know that he would have known what to have done after that. And, you know, if Hulkamania had spluttered quite early, I'm not sure he would have known what to have done. I mean, he has these great ideas, but when it's time to follow them up, certainly with Hogan, he doesn't have the solution. He just it's trial and error. He tries Brett, tries Yokozuna, tries Shawn, tries Diesel, tries Sid, tried Luger, tries Undertaker. But nothing is capturing that magic in the mid-90s. It needed a change in attitude, didn't it? WWE was kind of like kid-friendly, and it needed a fundamental shift to kind of really connect again. And that's what happens. You know, it finds an edge, an attitudes, and we get the Attitude Era. And it's interesting because I don't quite know where we are right now. I mean, I feel like the show they did on Monday was good, and I feel like they can put good shows on, but I'm still not confident it's going to result in the ratings drastically changing. I wonder if we're at the point where really they could do with a fundamental shift in attitude. You can't do the Attitude Era in this day and age, though. That's the problem. That's why we were saying what Pat was saying was nonsense, talking about bringing the Attitude Era back. It's nonsense. You can't. A lot of that stuff wouldn't fly today. So actually the landscape is very challenging because you can't deliver an Attitude Era. But I wonder, like, we're not too far past Bloodline, are we? And that was a good time. So it might not be as complex as that. It might just be you need to get some consistency and get some good stories and just make your product good. And, you know, you'll get some good results out of it. But I think if you want something really interesting, if you want some serious improvement, then, yeah, fundamentally we might need a shift. It might be a shift we just can't do in 2026. And he said, have we ever seen the studio shots of Papa Shango and his planned comeback in the Attitude Era? It almost happens. They made a new outfit. Give it a Google. I don't think I have, actually. I don't think I have. Papa Shango Attitude Era. I don't think I have seen these, you know. Unreleased makeup. Apparently it was mentioned on it's good. Yeah, I like it a lot, actually. Gonna return in 1999, and it was gonna be less what? Apparently I'll have to rewatch this. I would have thought that I would have seen that Broken Skull Sessions, but maybe I haven't, because I really do not remember these pictures at all. I do like the look, though. I really do like the look. But I've always liked his look. I mean, that's what he originally looked like. It's not like drastically different from where we were, but it does look darker, doesn't it? That's the original look, which is, you know, looks good. But that, with the mouth a lot darker, does look moodier. I don't know, man. He is someone that was always going to live and die by his booking, and I do think that, you know, they say wins and losses don't matter. I mean, I just don't think that's true. I've never thought that's true. I think there are occasions where, you know, you can lose and it's not the end of the world, but I also think there's many occasions where a loss is a problem, and I think this is definitely a character that needs momentum and wins and needs to be kept looking quite strong so that what they're saying is backed up, you know? It's no good being like this voodoo doctor that's, you know, claiming to be able to put curses on people and all of that, and then you get in the ring and you lose. I mean, that's a massive issue. So the creative obviously has to back it up. That's interesting, that is. Andy, thank you. I might have to even watch that Broken Skull. I don't know if it's up. It might be. Robbie said that's an easy one to answer, being worst women's champion. Well, I'm not gonna give anything away. I'm not gonna say anything. I don't want to influence the feedback. Right, we got 20 minutes. 20 minutes. What do we think about Susan Boyle's return to music with the Cornetto song? I haven't heard it, but if it's a TV advert, I won't have seen it because I don't really watch TV. I'm part of the problem. I used to love TV. There used to be Friday night in the UK, mate, flipping nothing better. If you had, like, you know, maybe a video game that you wanted to play and you didn't need the sound, you could take the sound off, and you had you know, TV on in the background. You know, amazing. Friday night playing some sort of video game. I mean, I used to play that kind of football managing game. So for me, I could just play that and I don't need sound. Sound's not important. So, I mean, I could just be playing that. And then on a Saturday, you'd have like music shows followed by comedy shows, followed by like panel shows where they get like guests on. And they like ask questions and they have banter and everything. And then you'd have like a Friends and a Frasier, and maybe round off with a bit of Euro trash, which was quite the show. I mean, that's where they would show you all the oddities from around Europe. Like, we'll go to Finland and we'll watch a man that makes models out of poo or something like this. And it was just random stuff from Europe called Euro trash. And there was normally a lot of nudity on it. Some guy that's built a sauna in his back garden and all the neighbours like coming round. So they'll go and, you know, do a piece on it. So, yeah, Friday, I mean, that was like, that show was weird and wacky, but it was meant to be. And it was always on really late when the pubs closed. Pubs in the UK closed at 11, and Eurotrash, I can't remember when it started, like 11:30, something like that. It'd be on late. And it was perfect for, you could imagine people that have been drinking with their mates in the pub, going back home, putting the telly on, and then laughing at like Eurotrash, laughing at like, you know, whatever they would do. Have you seen these? Look at this lot. And like, it was perfect for that. But I mean, that's 1990s culture. People going to the pub, having some drinks, coming back with their mates, with their flatmates, whatever, putting the TV on, and then, you know, laughing at a show like that. And oh my god, it was brilliant. And Friends, Frasier, new episodes as well, not repeats like we get now, of course, brand new episodes at the time. Father Ted and whatnot is brilliant. Friday nights were just magic. Sometimes I'd go down the park and play football and then come back to have like dinner, and it'd get dark. So, you know, I'd stay in and then just watch like Friday night TV, and it was like, oh my god, so good. So yeah, I mean, I used to love watching shows like that and TV like that. There's a channel actually that's just started called TFI Friday, which was one of the shows I used to watch, and they've now got their own YouTube channel, and they've put like clips from the show up, and they've got whole episodes up as well, and I've been really enjoying going back to that. And you know, it turns out that I even have walked past the studio where that was filmed a number of times in London and had absolutely no idea where I was. And it's kind of mind-blowing to know that I was literally walking past the studio where one of my all-time favourite shows was filmed. And I've walked past it just not even knowing, like, probably about 8 times or so whenever I've been to London to do like different bits for the channel. So yeah, I really want to go back now that I know that's where it was filmed, in Hammersmith. So yeah, it's that's obviously great memories, but I don't watch that now. I don't watch TV now. I like most people, I couldn't even tell you what's on. I couldn't even tell you what the programs really are these days. If I want to watch something like Taskmaster, that's a good show, I'll just go to 4 on demand. If I hear of a show that like is got, I'll just go to the streaming. So I'll go to iPlayer, BBC iPlayer. I'll go to 4 on demand. I suppose in a way that kind of shows, doesn't it? As even I'm doing that. So this is what's probably happening with wrestling, is that people are just consuming it so many different ways now. Gone are the days where you just watch it live. Now you can, watch it on catch up. You can watch highlights. You can just, it's a different world, man. And this is what I'm saying. Like, the world has changed so drastically in 20 odd years. I mean, how does it change again in the next 20? If I think about what life was like in the 90s and early 2000s compared to now, it's like a flipping different planet. So, innovation and technology, it's always moving us forwards. So I've not seen it, but I've not seen Susan Boyle. But if she's singing about cornettos, I've got to think it's some sort of commercial. Robbie said Self-Made has speculated that AEW will make a play for Leon Slater. Also speculating that there's a reason why the TNA NXT stuff has slowed down. Oh, right. What have they said about the TNA stuff? I could believe them making a play for Leon Slater. I'd be interested to know what the TNA stuff is, because that has been interesting. I mean, I didn't see it really as a problem, but it is true that it's kind of slowed. We have still been sending people over, though, haven't we? There has still been like people going over to TNA. I'll have to have a look at that in a second. If Triple H wants to revitalize the tag division, we need to bring back the former tag champs, the Headbangers and Vaudevillains and Shining Stars and Primetime Players. Pat said pubs close at 11. Bars here are at 4 a.m. We have a problem, I guess. No, you've just got a different culture. So my understanding is that you don't necessarily finish work and go straight to the pub. You'll go back home, get ready, meet your friends, go out. So I think people hit bars later rather than here in the UK where the culture is as soon as work finishes, you go straight to the pub in your work clothes, meet mates, and, people are drinking here from 5 and 6 and they'll go straight through till 11. So my understanding is that it's kind of a slightly, but that's everywhere. That's a standard closing time of like finishing at 11. I can't remember what it was. I don't know if it was the pandemic or whatever, but there is now a way that you can get like an extended license. So there's many places now that will go into the early hours, but they won't do that during the week. That'll be a Friday night, Saturday night. That's where, we've seen a lot of clubs closing. I mean, like nightlife here in the UK has took a battering since the pandemic. I mean, we're talking like tens of thousands of establishments that have closed. That actually, I don't even know. I mean, I don't even know what it's like to be like a 16, 17-year-old in the UK now. Because when I was young, clubbing and going to bars that's what you did. But my understanding is that has all really changed now. And actually, drinking is on the decline. Going out is on the decline. It's just too expensive. Do you know, and we're going to get just serious for a second. Just for a second, I think it's terrible how we now find ourselves in a situation where I genuinely, hand on heart, I do not believe that what we're doing in 2026 is better than what we were doing in the 90s or the 2000s. I feel like that was a really exciting time. And like you could afford to do stuff. You didn't have to think twice about going to the pub and having a drink. You could go to the pub and have a drink. You could go to the cinema and buy a ticket. You could do all these things and it was all affordable. And you could do it. And all right, you wouldn't do it on a regular basis, but if you did it wasn't the end of the world. Whereas now, genuinely, it seems like people are really having to think about can I afford to go to the out for this weekend? Because drinks are going to cost X amount, food's going to cost X amount, getting into the club's going to cost X amount. And all of a sudden now, like, the whole culture has just completely changed. Again, I can't speak, like, from reality because I don't go clubbing. I'm stream all the time. But my understanding is that, yeah, I've seen reports on BBC, whatever, that all of that has declined. Which, you know, part of me goes, it's probably not terrible because drinking all the time is not great for you. So, you know, cutting down on alcohol is certainly not a bad thing. But I don't know. I mean, if everyone's just now staying indoors all the time, that can't be good. That can't be a good thing. Going out and socializing with mates is like one of the great joys of life. I mean, I suppose you can all just get, you know, some beers and drink at home or whatever people do now. But I don't know, man. I think back to the 90s and the 2000s and just how much fun that time period was. And it really was. I mean, it's not just people saying it. I mean, it was so much better than now, where everything feels so expensive that, yeah, cost of living it's a real issue. I think this country's been battered as well because of, like, Brexit, followed very quickly by a pandemic, followed by obviously what's been going on in Ukraine, and we've been supporting that, and, you know, I think we should support that, but it's, you know, we've took a kicking, and as a result, like, you know, things have got quite expensive, and now you got the Iran war thing, which is not helping at the moment. So yeah, I don't like getting, like, serious or anything, but I think it's worth touching on it because I do feel like I don't really feel like things are any better right now than they used to be. And you could say that for wrestling as well. You could say that that's the case for a lot of stuff. I think there's probably a bit of rose-tinted glasses at play as well. I think when you look back at your youth, you probably do remember it quite fondly, largely. And so I would imagine that when people of today look back, they might look back at this, and this might be seen as a great period, you know? So there's probably a bit of nostalgia at play there as well. But yeah, that's why pubs all closed at 11. People used to finish work, go straight to the pub. I don't even know if that's true so much anymore, but that certainly is how it worked. Daze, start a DIRT sheet weekly video, like an injury report list. You give me the news as well as an injury report. What do you think? It's not a bad idea. Like, the only problem is that there's quite a lot of times where we don't get any updates on things. So, you know, I think there'd be a lot of there's no update on this, or this. I tend to try and, you know, with Unseen, give updates when we get updates. But there's a lot of times where there's just no update. I mean, people will ask when's Sheamus coming back, and it's like, there's no update. When's Bronson coming back? There's no update. So we are just a slave, really, to the information that's out there. So I suppose you could give a rundown as to this is the last we heard. You know, this is the last we heard on this person. This is the last we heard on that person. So it's a good shout, but I don't know how much that information would change, to be honest. I don't know how much, like, new info you'd be able to provide, because it all tends to be quite quiet, honestly. It's only when someone's at the performance center working and looking like they're about to return that you tend to get any sort of update. Word Live Cena fan said, do we think Stephanie could cost Liv? Oh, we answered that. I'm AI. I can't be anything, says Flame Fist. We're just spitballing ideas on how to fix WWE and stuff, said Destin. Oh, we just chuck lots of stuff around. I mean, the conversation on these streams just goes wherever, really. I mean, I don't go into these streams with any expectation. I don't think you should go into these streams with any expectation. We literally just go where the conversation goes. I think we do stumble on some really interesting conversations. I think there is some good stuff that we kind of get our teeth into, and yeah, I certainly, if I didn't think these were of any value, if I didn't think there was, like, any good conversations, I wouldn't bother with the 2 hours before. But I mean, you know, we've got 6 minutes till the show starts, and to be honest with you, I can't believe we've sat here for like an hour and 50 odd and just been chatting about whatever. But it always just goes so quickly. I suppose that's the joy, really, of like never running out of stuff to say, which we never seem to run out of stuff to say. So, yeah, 6 minutes to go. For anyone that's just joining us, quick state of affairs. There is a link somewhere. I can't see it, but if you click on that, it'll take you to a feedback form. We're just trying to get feedback for our members game, so feel free to do that. It doesn't collect any data. I don't do anything with the answers apart from just compile them, and then I delete the feedback form. So we've been doing it months and months and months and months and months, and it's literally just for the members side. So yeah, 4 questions. Feel free to put your answers in on those. And then also NXT. We have got Tatum Paxley defending the NXT Women's North American Championship against Zaria. That's going to be interesting. In fact, we might even just quickly put a poll up for that, because it is a title match. So who leaves as champion? Who do you think is going to leave as champion? Do you think it's going to be Zaria that does it, or do you think it'll be Tatum? Zaria, Tatum. NXT Women's North American Championship on the line. Guessing that'll be our main event. If it is the main event, then that increases the chances for Zaria, but it doesn't guarantee her win. Kendall and Kelani going up against each other. That'll be great. I mean, whenever there's a Kendall match, so exciting. Always here for a Kendall Gray match. Some Gray graps. So we got that coming up. Then we've got Naraku taking on Mason Rook. So, obviously, Mason Rook been a little bit of the talk of the town. His big is bad. He'll body slam your dad. Him against Evil is basically the match we're getting there, and I'm very much looking forward to that. Then we've got the Mr. NXT pageant, which could be an absolute disaster. That could really be something quite horrific. But we'll see how it goes. Kit Wilson apparently going to be involved in that. So I can't say I'm down on it. I can't say that that is something that I'm dreading. I don't know that it's going to be any good. But, you know, we'll give it a watch. And then we got Fraxiom. Never down on Fraxiom. Looking forward to seeing Fraxiom. They're taking on Romeo Moreno, who I've been so impressed with, and Noam. So we have got those in action tonight. Okay, we have got a countdown right now as NXT is just 3 minutes away. Jim said Tatum needs a Mattel figure. Does she not have one? Quite surprised at that, to be honest. I just clicked Daze. The dude that mainly talks wrestling figures. I remember you. I feel so dumb, said Long Beach Hippie. Yeah, we used to do a lot of wrestling figures, yeah. Used to do a lot of that, but the pandemic kind of put an end to that, unfortunately. I mean, that was something I was thinking, do I sort of go back into that? But the truth is that, I mean, there's so many channels that do it, and they do it really well. I mean, there's some brilliant figure channels out there that, I don't know, it's really hard to figure out. I definitely feel like there needs to be fun videos. I don't know that that's necessarily figures. I do think toy hunts have to return, but I mean, I've just been saying that for so long now that I had every intention of getting a flipping figure video done at the end of last year, early this year. But I don't know, just one thing or another, just never get to it. So yeah, I think there could be something to that, doing some, like, you know, occasional toy hunts. They've always been entertaining. If I could find a routine that's like, right, this is what I'm doing today, you know, and I could find a way of working it in, then yeah, I'd definitely look to do it. Mr. NXT, I think, is just going to be a beautiful disaster, says Pat. I think you're right. I expect Shiloh to show his comedy chops. I am eating a Supreme Pizza. Hello, William. William is enjoying a Supreme Pizza. Enjoy that, buds. In theory, Raw global views outside the US should be up in more favourable time slot, airing in the afternoon. Yeah, I think that's difficult, though, isn't it? Because, like, I don't know how much fans know that it's in a more favourable time slot. And so, you know, are fans aware that, like, it's going to be at a more favourable time slot? In the UK, you have a routine, you have a system. I mean, you might have heard that it's going to be, but is it on your mind to actually change your schedule? Do you know what I mean? Like, for me, I always did the same thing each week. I had a system. Like, I would go to work, I'd try and avoid spoilers, come back and watch it on Tuesday. So wherever they were globally, I still sort of tried to work to that same system. So I don't know. It's hard to say that people that maybe don't watch the show are now all of a sudden going to decide to tune in because they stumble across it. How many people are stumbling across it? Clearly not many. So we know that the main audience is in America. And I think if you sort of mess around with that, you're going to see a decrease. And it's not necessarily going to be replaced by people in Europe. It's not that it's not popular or anything. It's not that, like, its popularity has, you know, drastically declined. I just think it's more that people are creatures of habit. And I just don't think that they're, you know, not going to watch the show most weeks. And then for the week that it's, you know, in Europe, they're going to tune in. I just don't think that's how people work. Okay, we've got a opening video package then for Kendall Gray. We got some Gray Graps on the go tonight, as we said. Very much looking forward to that. So, video package to open things up. That championship on the line as well. We've got the poll for that, so you can get your thoughts in as to who you think's going to emerge as the champion. Still no word, still no idea as to when we're doing that match. Naraku. The road to the Great American Bash begins. Okay, there is Naraku. There is Mason Rook. There's Wren. Yeah, we did question Wren's injury. I do wonder if she's going to turn on Kendall. There's been no tease of it. But I don't think it's impossible, you know. Okay, there's a dude in the crowd that's got the full Penta gear on. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, let's go. $1 million. Okay, Fraxiom are coming out, so this will be a good start. Tag match going to start us off. So it's going to be Romeo and it's going to be Noam Dar against Fraxiom. This will be good. Fraxiom versus Noam and Romeo. Okay, Fraxiom coming out then. I've never been a big fan of face paints on wrestlers. I think Zaria needs to ditch it, said Jeremy. Word Live Cena fan said, I'm expecting Mr. NXT contest to be a dumpster fire. Therefore, my score could be affected. I've also got concerns about that segment, but I'm also quite interested to see how it goes. I mean, there's every chance it's going to be a disaster. Of course there is. But I don't know. It could be so bad it becomes good. Here's Noam Dar then in the entranceway with his arms outstretched. There's Romeo standing next to him. They've got a bit of a 50-50 thing going on, actually. As Noam Dar has got his entrance on the left. Romeo has got his entrance graphics on the right. Okay, Romeo then getting in the ring. Noam Dar climbing up, getting, standing in the corner. Okay, they were just showing us something in the corner, but unfortunately it's come off the screen. Okay, I don't know why they botched that, but they successfully managed to botch that. Well done to them. They had the little video in the corner and then it disappeared, but you could still hear the audio. Okay, I really like Romeo. I like all four of these guys, actually, as bell sounds, and we are underway. So, Noam Dar in there with Axiom right now. 21 years old is Romeo. Okay, right now takes... that was nice work there by Noam Dar. Noam Dar keeping Axiom grounded, which is good, actually. Shoulder tackle. Axiom goes down. That is what Noam Dar needs to try and do. Over the other sides. That's great. That's great by Noam Dar. I mean, you can see the Axiom trying for a leapfrog there. Noam Dar grabbing the leg and just dragging him back down. Going for a cover there by Axiom. I'd really like that from Noam, actually. If every time that Axiom tries to go aerial, Noam Dar just prevents it. Obviously, as the match goes on, you'd imagine Axiom will get more time and more freedom, but really love how he grabbed that leg. Cartwheel over. Noam Dar Axiom as a singles match I would be interested in. Drop kick there by Axiom. Noam Dar goes down. So he does manage to get a drop kick off, and Noam Dar pays the price. Noam Dar tags out. In comes Romeo. Okay, now both of these from Spain. They've known each other for well over a decade, so this is another match. Oh, I think, did Nathan tag in? Oh. Nathan Frazier tags himself in. I think Romeo against Axiom was actually a matchup within this I didn't really think about, but they are both Spanish. Nathan against the ropes, leapfrog by Romeo. Lovely work there by Nathan. Nathan going for a kick to the midsection. Lands on his feet. Duck underneath. Oh my God! What a sequence! Romeo is telling Nathan to tag Axiom back in. Do you know what? Nathan Frazier is so fast. His catchphrase was always never slow down. But here against Romeo, he doesn't have to, because Romeo seems to be able to go toe-to-toe there. I've been so impressed with Romeo, and he's only been in for a very short period of time. But he's already showing that he's got plenty of skill, plenty of ability. To be able to go, like, at pace, toe-to-toe with Nathan Frazier is very impressive. We've seen lots of really good wrestlers struggle with that. Shot coming in there by Noam. Noam is in right now. And I'm sure we're going to get Axiom and Romeo within this match at some point. And actually, they've done a good job of setting it up. When it happens, it will get a nice pop. Nice kick there by Nathan. Tag being made. Axiom comes in. Okay, lovely work there by Fraxiom. DDT. Romeo is in, but he's not the legal man. Double tag work there by Fraxiom. Romeo goes down to the outsides. Here's Axiom. Gets caught there by Noam. Romeo with a missile drop kick. Coming off the top. Romeo. Okay, we got good work. Good tag work, actually, there from Noam and Romeo. Romeo just rolling into the ring. Really quick. There's some lovely work there by Romeo where, yeah, and he loves that spot. He loves that vertical leap onto the top with a crossbody. There was a lovely spot there where Romeo was on the outside. He actually rolled in the ring, which then allowed Noam to provide the attack. Lovely moonsault to the outside there by Noam. That might be the commercial spot. But there was a lovely moment there where Romeo got in the ring. It was all so fast-paced, and you're like, where's Romeo going? He goes in the ring, and you're trying to figure out, well, okay, what's he going to do? He's not doing anything. He's just getting out the way, and then right behind was Noam. So, I mean, the understanding between these two, sometimes movement is a distraction. It's to get out the way so the other person can attack, and it was all really fast-paced and so well executed. Yeah, brilliant open. It's a brilliant open. We did look at this match and think that it could provide something. Fraxiom, so good. Romeo, so impressive. Noam, showing that he can match, you know, go toe-to-toe, ability-wise with these guys. Again, working on the arm. Robbie said, a follow-up from my previous comment, Self-Made was speculating that the partnership was slowed due to AEW being in play for Leon now, when WWE thought that landing Leon was a sure thing. Okay. Okay, tag being made. Nathan coming in. William said, I'm tired of seeing wrestlers move into the right... Oh, what, like when it's time to be landed on and they sort of scooch over? I'd agree with that. I'd agree that that is frustrating. Nice takeover there by Nathan. Going for a pin and kick out. Okay, right now we got Nathan Frazier. He's got Noam Dar. Tag being made. In comes Axiom. Axiom getting Noam Dar down. Got a front face lock being applied right now. Crowds applauding away. I think we're at commercial break at the moment. We're back in just over a minute. Elbow coming in. Noam against the ropes. Shot coming in. Tag being made. Top rope enziguri there by Nathan. Suplex. You just cannot take your eyes off this match, even during commercial break. The action and the pace of this is still right there. Normally with matches, you see them drastically slow, but actually that is not the case here. Right now, we've got Nathan keeping Noam down. Looking over towards Romeo. I don't know if a few words were exchanged, but good work at the moment as got a sleeper hold being applied. Axiom. Okay, we got a supernova. Axiom. Supernova. We got dueling chants at the moment. Lovely work there by Noam getting back up to his feet. This hold is still on as right now he gets the waist, goes against the ropes. Roll up there by Nathan. Kick out there by Noam. Nathan to the outside. Shot coming in there by Nathan. Noam coming over. Nathan with a shot. Noam in the middle of the ring. Nathan going up. Ooh, getting caught. Nathan Frazier goes down. Wyatt said, in my opinion, Romeo needs a lot of work. It doesn't do anything for me. What his care did was driving home. Is he good on the mic? We have Javon. No, Romeo's really good in the ring. Look at the pace that he can operate at. Very clean in his movement. Just going toe-to-toe there with Nathan. Don't see how we can look at Romeo and say he's not good in a ring. Over the other sides. Nice clothesline there by Romeo. Axiom gets turned inside out. Goes for a chop in the corner. Romeo gets out the way, looking for a German. Nathan goes down as well. Romeo off that bottom rope. Top rope. Drop kick. Axiom goes down. The pace that he can work at. He can deliver aerial attacks. And again, it's like in his young 20s. Tag being made. Noam coming in. Axiom going over. Romeo takes Axiom into the corner. Axiom coming out. Noam Dar driving down, grabbing the arm there of Axiom. Armbar is in. Nathan is going to look to make the save. Big frog splash. Big frog splash there on Noam. That breaks the armbar. Romeo in one corner. Romeo coming over, looking for a clothesline, but Axiom pulls that top rope down. Axiom going against the ropes. Going for a suicide dive by both members of Fraxiom. They're getting back into the ring. Against the ropes again. Another suicide dive and they land a second. Noam down. Romeo down. Tag being made. Axiom going up. Axiom is perched. Lovely missile drop kick there by Axiom. Noam goes down. Here's Romeo. Ooh, I tell you what, he only just made the save. He only just made the save. I didn't think he had enough time to do it. But this match carrying on. Telford said, I watched the forest burn up on the hill a few miles from my house. I haven't heard anything about a forest fire. Okay, going down for the cover. No joy. 1, 2. Bang. Kick coming in there by Noam. 1, 2. Inside cradle. Big knee coming in there by Axiom. He's back in the corner. Charging over. Noam grabbing the leg. Duck underneath there by Nathan. Shot coming in there by Noam. Right now, Romeo gets in and grabs the leg. Okay, right now we got double ankle locks being applied here by Noam and Romeo. Okay, Romeo to the outsides. Noam goes down. Tag being made. Romeo coming in. Knee coming in there by Axiom. He's got Axiom on the shoulders. Over in the corner. Big boot coming in there by Romeo. Romeo going up. Top rope enziguri there by Axiom. Tag being made. Nathan coming in. Nathan with Romeo. Okay, flips over. Romeo up top. Nathan going for a superplex. Gets it. That was huge. That was a big superplex. Inside cradle, though, by Romeo. Kick out there by Nathan. Nice little sequence here with... Oh, Axiom super kicks Nathan as Romeo moves. Miscommunication. Tag mates. Noam coming in. These two looking to put Nathan away, and Axiom ain't making... Oh, my God. Axiom wasn't going to make the save. Nathan had to kick out, and he did. Wow. Wow. Do you know what? I was thinking this match was going on a bit too long because there was a really good opening sequence. I think the middle with the commercial break slows it down a touch. But this bit here with the superplex to the outside. Romeo goes again. Gets caught on the outside. But this sequence where it looked like Nathan was about to get put away was so good. Very good. Crowd burst into "This is awesome" chants. Spanish fly. Lands. Yeah, I love the miscommunication. Tag being made, and this feels like it could be Fraxiom's time now. Romeo dazed in the middle of the ring. Bang! Kick coming in there by Axiom. Lovely work there by Nathan, and that's surely it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's fun. Let's get poll up, shall we? Let's get the poll up. I think you could have shaved a few minutes out the middle of that match. But I love the open. I love the ending. And that's Fraxiom really being pushed to their limit by a couple of guys that, I mean, is this... I don't even know if this is their first time teaming together, Romeo and Noam. I mean... All right. Nathan just said, I think you found your new tag partner. Romeo grabs Noam. Yeah, I mean, are they on a journey to tag belts now? I'm really not down on that. Okay. So right now we've got Wren saying she doesn't want to be a distraction for Kendall. Okay. Here's Lola. I didn't mean to hit you last week, says Lola. Okay, we've got Naraku and we have got Mason Rook. Eric said that was a pretty good match, especially with Romeo. Naraku, Rook next. It's a good show this week. It's a good show. Okay, we are moving on. That was a banger of an opener. And I think that the little chat they had after kind of showed us where they're going, with Nathan very audibly saying, like, you two say you're not tag guys. Well, we weren't tag guys, and look at what we've achieved. I think you've just found your new tag partner. So I think they have really kind of used that to establish them two as being like a tag team to go after the tag titles. That could be a fun journey. As I said, I think it works for Romeo because he's still very new. He's still very green. He's still adjusting to being on NXT. He didn't even spend like 5 minutes in Evolve. So he's someone that obviously is right at the very beginning of his journey with NXT. So I think like having the experience of Noam makes a lot of sense. And in regards to Noam, he's just coming back from a big injury. So wouldn't really make much sense putting him in a singles program at the moment. So putting them as a team and actually letting them cook in the tag division. Definitely down to see that story unfold. So, goods, yeah. 20 odd minutes in. It gave that way more time than what I was expecting. But I think people will have enjoyed that. And then coming up next, I mean, honestly, we're looking at Mason Rook against Naraku. This is Will Cruz against Evil, and as we said, this would be a fun match to watch outside of the WWE bubble, but we're very fortunate we get to watch it within the WWE bubble. So, and also don't forget, this is a #1 contenders match, so yeah, that's next. Jared said there was a super chat. Thank you, Jared. Jared said, I'm getting my hair done tomorrow. Ooh. I'm thinking of getting a Wrestling Daze look. Is there any tips? Yeah, just go to the barber and just say, can you pop a beanie on this? They'll put a beanie on. Probably an old, tired one. Not very trendy. Something very cheap that they found on the floor. And they'll pop that on and then you've got it done. Pretty straightforward, to be honest. So, I mean, to be honest, you could get away with not even going to a hairdresser's. You could just go down to your local tip and see if anyone has thrown a beanie away. That will also get the same effect. But no, I hope it goes well. I think it would suit you, to be honest. I could see you with a Wrestling Daze, as the streets are calling it. So, yeah, feel free to send a picture over. Big Time said, where is Fraxiom on the main roster? Well, I mean, it's the tag division, isn't it? The tag division is just not relevant. I mean, if you look over on SmackDown, we've got, was it R-Truth and Damian Priest as tag champs? Just trying to find whatever team they can to sort of defend against. There isn't this vibrant division. We're not getting all these tag matches happening away from the titles. There is no division really to speak of, to be honest. It's just not in good health. Fraxiom are a proper tag team. They've been teaming together for years. They're, you know, as proper a tag team as we've got within WWE. And, I mean, they're just victims of the awful tag team booking. So, you know, them coming down and doing some stuff with NXT, them going to AAA, maybe doing some stuff there. Wherever we can get them TV time, wherever we can get them matches, wherever they can be used, let's use them. They're too good to have just sat around backstage. Romeo has got a Disco Inferno type gimmick. Maybe sexy salsa dancer. Noam and Romeo could pull that off like Dancing with the Stars type gimmick, says William. Casey, hello. Guys, I have got great news. They have accepted our offer on the house. We have just bought a house. Casey, congratulations. I know that Casey was desperately trying to... I just fell to the floor in tears. All this hard work has paid off, says Casey. It is true. I know that Casey has desperately been trying to move closer to Tommy Toy Travels since she found out where he lives. So, Casey on the floor in tears. The dream is coming true. The girlhood dream is coming true. Okay, right now we have got, we're backstage. We've got Aaron Rourke. We've got Kit Wilson. We have got... Are we doing this? Is this like... There's Aaron Rourke. The Evolve champion. Kit Wilson. Who's this? Matt Matthews, one of the fastest rising comedians. Okay. This might be a better way of doing it rather than it just being a segment. It's just little bits throughout the show. So, first up is attire, and here's Tristen looking very sharp, actually. T-shirt says, blink if you want me. Well, that's the most horrific usage of the Union flag I've ever seen, to be honest. Here's Shiloh. I mean, he's looking okay. I can't say he's looking quite... Okay, there we go. There's the beach attire. Well, both were appreciated there by... I don't even know what this is. What is it? Okay, Kit Wilson says that Shiloh is tacky. Loved it. I didn't like it. I loved it. Okay, so Tristen wins round 1. And to be honest, Tristen would have got my vote as well. If I'm being honest. It's coming home to daddy. Well, I'll tell you what, this is a hard turn, isn't it? Going from that to here comes Mason Rook. We go from that, some dude in his pants. Yeah, Union flag pants. We cut from that to a tank as Mason Rook makes his way out down to the ring. Here he is. This is going to be a hard-hitting match. Mason Rook versus Naraku. Okay, keep getting your votes in for that opening match. Be good to get a good read of it. We're about 130 so far. He's big. His bad's. Did that sign say he's big, he's bad? He's my dad's. And then it had a sign to his dad's. There he is. So they have tweaked the chant. They do it, his big, his bads, he'll body slam your dads. His big, his bads, he'll body slam your dads. It's a shame that it is missing the name, though. My understanding is the original chant was, he's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad, Will Cruise, Will Cruise. He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad, Will Cruise. I don't think they've given him the name that kind of works as well within that chant. So now it's quite slow. He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad. He's big, he's bad. It's been Americanized. They've Americanized the chant. Here's Naraku then. Naraku making his way down to the ring. It's going to be such a great experience for Mason. He's going to struggle to chuck Mason around, isn't he? Russ, we are approaching triple digits this week on the West Coast. What, heat-wise? Really? Jared said, seeing a guy's downstairs package is not what I signed up for, says Jared's. Well, just see it as a fun bonus. Right, here we go. We are underway then with match number 2. We need to end the poll for the first one. Match number 1. Fraxiom versus Noam and Romeo. There it is. Great 78. Great 78. 12, 66, 19, and 3. Okay, lovely. So NXT off to a really strong start. Now we've got Naraku against Mason. There we go. Mason Rook. Mason Rook. They are doing. They have changed it now. That's a bit strange, isn't it? That the crowd have gone from the one version of the chant to a different version of the chant. Okay, over the other sides. Mason colliding into Naraku. Senton in down. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Naraku. Okay, big man. Big man feeling like he's got the momentum. Look at it. I would like to see him change his hair, personally. I know that's been like a topic of conversation, but I sort of feel like he's a big monster. He's got like a pretty standard, normal haircut. I think I'd like to see something shaved. I'd like to see something a bit more adventurous. Okay, big man Clark trying to go into the corner, gets picked up. Oh! I mean, he does get him, and then he just sort of has to let him go. He couldn't really like get the power slam going. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him, to be honest. That is not an easy task, is it? Mason grabbing Naraku's leg, pulling him out the ring right now. Pulling him out the ring. Into the ring steps. We was brought up on an Attitude Era. We're used to seeing women in that position. Well, Jared, welcome to equality. Yeah? Now, for all those women, scantily clad women that you enjoyed in the Attitude Era, we're bringing some balance. Now it's Tristen Angels in his pants. And you'll love it. Yeah? You might not like it right now, but you'll learn to love it. Chop coming in there by Naraku. Meltzer doesn't really like Evil or Naraku. Oh, Chop coming back. Here we go. These two starting to exchange a few chops. I think we're at commercial break right now. Naraku with a tech, yeah. Take down there by Naraku. Naraku working on the arm there of Mason. Gets him turned over, goes to the cover. Kick out there by Mason. Naraku kicking out at the head and throwing in a few kicks. Mason Rook is up. Mason has got Naraku against the ropes. Mason. Oh, lovely spine buster. That was good work there by Mason. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Naraku. He is big though, isn't he? He is big. I mean, I feel like he's bigger than Bronson Reed. Okay, chop coming in there by Mason. Naraku felt that. Naraku goes over in the corner. Mason with another big chop coming in as Naraku goes down. He's shaped a bit like Bastion Booger, said Tribal List. Yeah, he is. I can see that. I can see that. I mean, I think he's a bit Typhoon-esque. I don't think he's as big as what Earthquake was. I think Typhoon was always a touch smaller. I think he's bigger than Bam Bam. Yeah, I certainly think he's bigger than Bronson. I like it, though. Honestly, I know there's people criticize him, but I think that I look back on wrestling, I look back at some of those bigger guys, and obviously because of like the strain on the heart and health, we just don't see people of this size so much anymore. But I mean, I always think with wrestling, like you kind of want to see people in the ring that you wouldn't really want to mess around with. If you look at like a Sami Zayn, for example, and I'm a big Sami fan, he does look like the dude from next door. I mean, he could be the guy that just mows his lawn on a Sunday next door. But, I mean, like, you look at Mason Rook. I mean, I wouldn't want to be locked in a cage with Mason Rook. He's got a big size to him, and he's got a presence as a result. Over in the corner is Naraku. Rook is in control right now. Big chop. Big chop. Rob said Bronson's about Jacob's size now because he's slimmed down a lot. Even at, I don't know. I'd say even at his biggest, I'm not sure he's quite as big as what Mason is here. But, yeah, I heard that. I heard that he's lost a fair bit of weight. Okay, Mason has got Naraku. Oh, slams him down from that middle rope. 2. No joy. John Tenter's Earthquake was a legit sumo. Not champion, but it was in sumo, and that was really rare, says Pat. Yes. I think at his biggest, he was obviously taller and I want to say had more weight than Mason now, but Mason wouldn't look too out of place being in the Natural Disasters. Another big forearm. He'd have to be like a British disaster. So I think he'd be called Brexit. Chop coming in. Headbutt there by Naraku. Clothesline there by Naraku. Naraku going against the ropes. Here's Mason. Oh, look at it. Driving him down. It was lovely. 1, 2. Bang. That's lovely. Blue Thunderbomb. Okay, Mason back up on his feet. I'm not a fan of the Mason singlet. I feel like I'm seeing a bit too much of him, said WrestleRants. I don't feel like I'm seeing enough. Oh, Naraku's got him. Oh, wow. That was amazing by Naraku. Naraku had him up on the shoulders. Look at the replay. Look at it. Oh, my God. That really feels like it should have been the end, actually. That was a big moment in the match, and Mason survives. Mason back up on his feet. The crowd are chanting away. Naraku against the ropes. Big clothesline. Mason goes down. He's going again. Oh, lovely suplex. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out there by Mason. We're carrying on. Banger, though. Some really good action between these two. Really good. Right now, we've got Naraku on his feet. Fans are going back to his big, his bad. He'll body slam your dad. Okay, going for like a sleeper hold. Mate, this could go down on a PLE. I feel like this match could live on like a Great American Bash thing to open up the show, you know. Official number one contender. Because this isn't even a match that doesn't mean anything. It's absolutely got something at stake. Oh, in the corner goes Naraku. Mason's up, screaming out after driving Naraku in the corner. Here we go, scooping him up. He's got him on his shoulder. Cam Hendricks getting involved. 1, 2, kick out. Yeah, Cam is being a distraction. He gets knocked down, Naraku. Well, look, it's not the wrong decision. I think like they were always going to have to do something a bit creative with the booking here because Naraku is obviously a big star. Mason is obviously a big interesting prospect, loads of potential, really fun match. I think we knew there was going to have to be some sort of shenanigan. I wouldn't have hated Naraku beating Mason clean. Mason's only just arrived. It's okay for him to fall short against someone like Naraku, but they decided to have Cam Hendricks distract, and as a result, we have got a number one contender, officially a number one contender, with Naraku, who picks up a big, big win. But was it totally deserved? Certainly feels like we've got a Mason-Cam feud coming now. Naraku moves on to Tony. Mason moves on to Cam. Okay. Jared said he can move around. Yoko and Rikishi were a bit limited. Kali was too tall to move. Yeah, you're right. He has got good movement. I mean, I don't know if he goes into a longer match, what that looks like. I'm not sure what the conditioning would be like there, the cardio, but I don't think it's a massive problem because I don't think he needs to have long match. It's not like he needs to do 20 minutes, is it? I mean, just keep it 8 minutes or something like that. I mean, he's shown that he can certainly be capable of that. So, yeah, I mean, he is someone that can move around, come off the top and do that sort of work. So, I'm excited by him. Hopefully everyone else is as well. Okay, we've got Miles and we have got Tabian. They are backstage. Me, the boys, and Micah are going to bounce. Okay, there's Kendall. Is this next? Wren wishes Kendall luck. I'm really worried about Wren. I'm really worried. I might be reading in too much into something that's not there, but last week I was worried. As soon as you see a wrestler with a crutch, we've seen crutches being wrapped around heads so many times that and the fact that she's not going to be at ringside makes me think that she is going to come out at some point. I mean, even if she tries to swing that crutch and maybe even go for Kelani and accidentally hit Kendall instead. I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe perhaps she doesn't get involved. I don't know, but interesting. Right, we are at commercial break. Do we think Wren's going to show up during the match to take out Kendall? I think it's an option. It feels like it's very much on the table, yeah. I think it's an option. I mean, there's not been any tease of dissension. There's not been any issue between them. There's been no breakdown in communication. There's been nothing to suggest it's happening. But sometimes those are the best turns, is when something just comes completely out the blue. I also think as well that Wren is definitely someone that deserves more to get her teeth into. Because, you know, we've lost a lot of women. And there's chat that we could lose some more later in the summer. There was a report not too long ago saying that they were interested in, you know, a few other people from NXT, maybe a Lola, maybe a Kelani, maybe a Jada. So, I mean, we're going to have a women's division that's going to need Wren. Wren's going to need to be in a much stronger position than she is now. If she did turn here, it would be a big moment, a big character shift, a big statement. But there's no evidence of it. There's nothing. The only thing is she's got a crutch, which is so stupid to kind of go, is she going to turn it just because she's got a crutch? But we just see crutches getting wrapped around people's heads on such a regular basis that whenever there's an injury, we've seen the Seth moment where he was on a crutch and, you know, the crutch gets thrown down and actually they're not injured at all. And you can't help but just question, like, is she really as injured as she's making out? And is it all a play and whatever? So I think there's a chance. I can't sit here and say, oh, yeah, it's happening. But I think it'll be interesting to see how this match plays out. But before that, of course, we're going to be enjoying some Grey Graps. And that's always enjoyable. It's always great to be watching Kendall in action. I mean, she's such a fantastic performer. This is the great thing about NXT. You can lose so much talent, and there's still so much talent around, you know. I mean, I've just seen 2 matches that I've really enjoyed there. And there's no way this match doesn't work. I mean, I've seen so many Kendall Gray matches. I was even fortunate enough to see Kendall live when I went to a show in 2024, but she was not the big rising prospect that she was then. You know, she was just starting out. I don't think she'd actually been in the company very long, so I didn't know who she was really. But she was on one of those shows that I watched, and yeah, I mean, she didn't really stand out on that show. She was just solid in her work. But yeah, I mean, look at her now. I mean, that was a long time ago, though. I mean, I went to America about 2 years ago. So the show I went to, you know, I got to meet, like, No Court Catch Crew. Main event was Trick Williams against Sean Spears. But one of the matches on there was, I think it was like JC. I don't even think we had Fatal Influence at that point. I think it was like JC, Kiana, and someone else against... I'd have to have a look. I might have a look. I can't remember the flipping cards. I think it was at Crystal Springs. Kendall Gray. Let's go matches. Let's go back. Florida Citrus Springs. Yep, that looks like the one. This is the main event Trick Sean? Yes, it is. Trick Sean. Lyra Tatum, that's correct. Fraxiom against Gallus. I remember Gallus, but you know, I don't remember them taking on Fraxiom. But yeah, this was Izzy, Jasmine, and Kiana. Okay, it was Izzy, Jasmine, and Kiana taking on Carly Bright, Kendall Gray, and Sol Ruka. I don't remember seeing Sol Ruka. I don't remember that. I do remember seeing Josh Briggs against someone I didn't know, and that was Shiloh. Turned out to be Shiloh. Riley Osborne against someone I didn't know, and that turned out to be Cutler James. Wow. So that was Cutler James. I remember watching these matches, not knowing who they were. I mean, this is 2 years ago. But that was Shiloh. That was Cutler James. Opening match was Tyson and Tyreek against Javier Bernal and Lexis King. Yep. D'Angelo family against No Court Catch Crew. Yeah, because I met No Court Catch Crew before the show. It's pretty stacked, actually, isn't it? It's good cards. Trick Williams, Sean Spears, Lyra, Tatum, Fraxiom, Izzy Dame, Kiana James, Kendall Gray, Sol Ruka. This is why I keep saying, if you get chance to go to a flipping NXT live event, you got to do it, because here I am 2 years later looking at, you know, these people that I got to see in a room of like 200-300. I mean, I don't even know if there was that many people. Oh, has they got the attendance? Actually, no, it hasn't. I was going to say, sometimes it has it up here, but it was only a house show in Citrus Springs Community Center. There weren't that many people there, right? So, you know, imagine like watching Sol Ruka in a crowd that small. Why more people don't go to NXT house shows? I have no idea. It's great. So, yeah, there we go. That was the match I saw in anyway. Carly Bright, Kendall Gray, and Sol Ruka teaming, taking on Kiana, Jasmine, and Izzy Dame. That was 2 years ago. That was the 19th of April, 2024. It's when I was in America for I think, was it 2 weeks? Can't remember. Here we go. Here's Kendall. Jared, thank you, bud, firing in Wrestling Daze membership. And that was scooped up there by Mercedes. Okay, here is Kenzel making her way down. Kenzel. Mate, this is going to be so good. Kendall versus Kelani. Talking of Gallus, Kendall's theme sounds like Gallus. It does, actually. I agree. I don't like her theme. I don't think it gets across her personality. I just don't like it. I think that it's good the fans can go, Kendall. But, I mean, you could change the theme and still allow for people to chant her name. I mean, it's only 2 syllables. Kendall. You could even speed it up. But this, I don't know, man. I don't like it. I don't like her theme. Against the ropes goes Kendall. Flip over. Kind of like her ring gear, though. It's giving me Heartbreak Kid vibes. HBK vibes. Big HBK vibes. Round the back goes Kendall. She's the Heartbreak Girl. That's what she is. She's just a sexy girl. Sexy girl. Kick out there by Kendall, who goes against the ropes. Got to end our poll here. On the feet. Drop kick there by Kelani. Drop kick there by Kendall. Going for the cover. Kick out there by Kelani. You lot said that the Naraku Mason match was also great. That coming out with great 63. So NXT cooking this week. NXT doing some really good work. Okay, over goes Kendall. Gets back up on her feet. Kelani coming over with a back elbow. Kendall again. Going over to the corner as Kelani comes in. I like that from Kelani. I like how she shoved Kendall into the corner. Threw in some kicks. Kelani going after Kendall. Kendall going over the other side. Kelani going right after her. Chop coming into the chest. Over the other side goes Kendall. There's just no respite at the moment. Back elbow there by Kendall as she gets up out the way. Kelani goes into that middle turnbuckle. Stomp. That was nice. I like how Kendall tried to slide under and Kelani was able to just stomp down. Knee coming into the midsection. And again there by Kelani. And Kelani taking a second to pose to the crowds. Another knee coming in. William said, I feel like I want to like Kendall to win this, but could bang one way or another. I'm dicking Kelani. Did you mean picking? I don't know with you. I mean, if you are dicking Kelani, then let's just hope that Carmelo doesn't find out. Kick coming in there by Kelani. Nice kick coming in there by Kendall. Kendall is in the corner. Taking over. That's new. I ain't seen her do that before. Handstand in the corner and then wrapping her legs around and like head scissoring her opponent. I've not seen that. Coming in. So Kendall showing us something new as she goes down. Right now we've got Kelani. Kelani going over against the ropes to the... Ooh. I wasn't sure what she was going for there, but she ends up... Clothesline. That was good. That was good. She timed that really well, actually. Because she needed to kind of get a bit of height so that she would make it over the top rope because she's not that big. So she kind of had to use that bottom ropes before the clothesline hit. Timing on that was really good. She goes to the outside and Kelani is in control. So right now Kendall is struggling a little bit. Into the edge of the ring goes Kendall. Kelani talking a bit of trash. We've stayed with the action right now. About 5 minutes away from going into... We're nearly done with the first hour. I mean, this show... This has been, like, genuinely, like, one of my favourite NXTs of the year so far. There's not really anything I would say was bad, other than I don't know that I needed the Mr. NXT segment, but... Thankfully, it didn't take up too much time, and we'll probably end up going back to it. I think I can take it a bit better in little bits. And we've still got a championship match coming up as our main event as well. Zaria taking on Tatum. Okay, shot coming in there by Kendall. And again, going into the midsection. Kendall appears in the 2027 Royal Rumble, then gets called up during WrestleMania season or just after, says Robbie. Over in the corner goes Kelani. Down goes Kendall. Have you seen Kelani and Carmelo with their dog, said Bruce. I haven't. 1, 2, kick out. Kendall eating a chocolate cake with her bare hands was a highlight, says Robbie. Chris, hello, hope you're doing well. Steve said, I actually like Kendall's theme. Zenon said, do we like Mason? Yeah, I like Mason a lot, yeah. Right now, we've got Kendall down. We've got Kelani down. No one needed that Mr. NXT segment, said King Yeti. Daze, how do we think Naraku would do on Raw with EO? I don't think that they would interact much. I don't think they would. It depends if they want to draw attention to the fact that they're married. I mean, they may do, but I think they'd largely keep them separated. But there's always an opportunity to do like a mixed tag match or something. But I mean, we don't really do a great deal with Seth and Becky on the main roster as a pairing. But, you know, there's been the odd thing like last year when they took on CM Punk and AJ Lee. So, I mean, there's always the opportunity to do that. But by and large, they'll just be doing their own separate things. Headlock being applied there by Kelani. I think that Zaria could win the North American title tonight. And Tatum might be main roster bound, said Steve. Bruce, shout out to you, my friends. Right now, we got Kendall down. And there's an elbow drop there by Kelani. Leg drop there by Kelani. Kendall definitely feeling it as kick out again there by Kendall. Right now, headlock being applied. Kendall, middle of the ring. It's all been Kelani at the moment. We're still at commercial break, but we're back in about 15 seconds time. Right now, Kendall with an elbow coming into the midsection of Kelani. And again... Another elbow coming in, throwing in these elbows. Over against the ropes goes Kelani. Kendall grabbing her holds. Shoulder tackle to the outsides. Right now we've got Kelani in the middle of the ring. She's coming over. I've only just realised it says on her gear like the knockout or something. It's right above her vagina, so I wasn't looking. But I did look, and then I saw that. Clothesline, double clothesline. They both go down. Is that what it says? The knockout or something? Kendall down, Kelani down, both are down on the outside, and Lola is watching on. Seth and Becky had no chemistry when they teamed, said the Ribs. Seth worked better with Bailey. In the ring goes both. I'd call Zaria up before Tatum so that Zaria can put Soul through more tables, said Jose. Kick coming in there by Kendall. This match carrying on. Right, we just had a whole commercial break spot. So, you know, it was fine. They're still battling away, but this should get good now. Back elbow there by Kendall. Kelani with a kick coming into the midsection. Yeah, quick strike stuck underneath there. Ow, lovely. Couple of evasive spots there by Kendall. Couple of back elbows. And again, Kelani going down. Lovely work into a suplex. This is where Kendall comes into her own. Straps are coming down. Bang. Bang. Straps down. Lovely. Okay. She loves doing that. Surely her opponents have got that scouted. If Kendall is right in front of you, she is dropping to a knee and avoiding you that way. You've got to know that she's going to do that. She does it all the time. 1, 2. Oh, Kelani using the ropes, but the referee spotted it. Referee spotted it. It says on the back of Kalani's gear, like Lani. 1, 2, inside cradle, no joy. Kendall coming over. Super kick there by Kendall. Yeah, well scouted. That was really well scouted. That was great work there by Kelani. Right now she's got a crossface in. Crossface is applied. It's in. It looks good. Oh, there's some good torque on it as well. Really pulling back. 1, 2, no joy. Yeah, she really had that hold in. Duck underneath, over against the ropes. Going, oh, handspring. Into a suplex. 1, 2. Kick out there by Kelani. Says the standout on her gear. I thought it said the knockout. The standout. Yeah, good, really good sequences. I mean, you knew that these two would be able to put on something really good, and that's exactly what they've done. The match quality in NXT, it's unfair to compare, but so much better than SmackDown. Lovely kick there by Kelani. So, Kendall coming off the top. She's going to... Getting caught. Kelani going up. Oh, my God, that's lovely. Into like a cutter, driving Kendall down. Kelani, big splash, connects. 1, 2, kick out. Oh, I could have believed that was it, you know. I could have believed that was gonna be the end. Yeah, oh, it's a lovely splash. It's a lovely splash. Iron Sentinel, hello. Hope you're doing well, buds. Kick coming into the side of the head. Wrestle Rant said, I don't see Zaria winning the belt tonight, unfortunately, unless she's getting called up. Kick coming in. Going, oh, that was great. Love that by Kendall. So, Kelani went up. Kendall grabbed her. As they both fell down, she actually managed to fall into an armbar. That was nice. Okay. Shots coming in there by Kelani. Kendall coming up. There's been some good work in this. Okay. Goes down. Working on the leg. Nice dragon screw. Trying to come into like a clover leaf. Oh. That's nice. Putting pressure all on the ankle right now. She is quite close to the ropes, though. I feel like if she could reach out to the rope, she should be able to... She's teasing that she's going to tap, but the ropes have got to be right there. She manages to rotate through, almost gets caught in a crucifix pin. Back and forth pins at the moment. Both up on their feet. Going to roll through into the calf crusher. No, ankle lock. 1, 2. My God, it's back and forth at the moment. This could go either way. Trying to get... She was 1, 2. Oh, kick out, but only just. Only just. Net breaker. No. Oh! Shades of Grey connects. 1, 2. That's a big win. That is a really big win for Kendall Grey. That is a really big win. No, Wren. No betrayal. But that is a big win. Looks like her fake eyelashes are starting to come away. Not that it matters. That is not the focus right now. As things go for Kendall, that's a big win over Kelani. Shades of Grey. Looks so good. So she is now the #1 contender for the belt that Lola Vice currently carries. Kelani on the outside shaking her head. Can't believe that she was outmaneuvered there. Yeah, big. Big result. Big result. Great result. Okay, we're going back to Mr. NXT. I don't know what this one is. Oh, right, we're showing off a skill here. Okay, Shiloh's going to do a Rubik's Cube in 1 minute. Is this a skill? Is this a skill? Is this a skill we care about? Okay, he did a Rubik's Cube in a minute. Okay, he's got another talent. This might be a bit more impressive. It's one of those things. You don't see them anymore. No. I don't even know what this is called. He's going for a second one. He's putting the second one on. Ooh, yeah, I think that's a great skill, actually. God, he loves the Union flag, doesn't he, old Tristen? His wardrobe seems to be exclusively made up of just items with the flag on. Tristan's struggling with the Rubik's Cube. But what was Tristan's skill gonna be? I don't understand. He's got one more. He's got another skill. He's got another skill. Okay, you can juggle. That's okay. Yeah, it's not as good as it. Oh, look, there's Shiloh juggling and is on a unicorn. Unicorn? A unicycle. I wish he was on a unicorn. Yeah, okay. Tristen wins round 1, rightfully so. And, of course, it's a no-brainer here. Shiloh's taking round 2. We're actually 1-1 in Mr. NXT, and I've got to say, we're not messing around with, like... Okay, public speaking is apparently going to round this off. Okay, it's the fans that are voting, so we know which way the fans are going to go, right? But, yeah, I mean, I can't say I'm massively offended by that. I mean, actually, you know, that thing looked quite good. Shiloh can do some pretty fun stuff. Is it, like... Do I need to be watching it? No. Is it offensive? No, I don't think that last one was. I don't even think the first one was, but it might not be to everyone's taste. But 1-1. Another round coming up. But to be honest, this show for me is all about just how great the in-ring has been. It's been so good match-wise. So far, you lot have said that we've had 2 great matches. Are we going to get 3 great scores? Did you feel that the Kendall Kelani match delivered like we thought it would? I like what Shiloh's doing, but I just don't like him, said Alex. They have a chance to make that last segment great, depending on what public speaking we're talking about. The Mr. NXT feels like a callback to early NXT, says... I could see that, yes, I could see that. Denim Chicken said, how did Sean let this happen? Pat said capturing and domesticating a unicorn would be impressive. Listen, if he'd come in riding in on a unicorn whilst juggling, I think you just give him the Mr. NXT award. I agree with you. Capturing a unicorn is an absolute nightmare. So yeah, if he'd have achieved it, then absolutely. Sadly, I misspoke. It was a unicycle, but they're very close. Very, very close. They're basically the same thing. Alex said, I do like Shiloh. Don't get it twisted. Jennifer said, at least it's short comedy. They could have stretched this out for weeks. Yeah. And I think as well, if it had been a segment on the show, just everything all in one go, that could have been too much. Do you know what I mean? I feel like you get in, you do it, you get out. Having it in little, like, 1-2 minute bursts is a lot better than having it as a, 10-minute segment. So actually the presentation is better as well. So, yeah, we've seen 2 of those segments now. We did think that it was going to be, cringe. And we did think it was going to be, a really bad segment. But the way they've done it is probably the best way of presenting it, I would say. I could do without this nonsense, said WrestleRants. It's a waste of TV time, but whatever. It's not overly offensive. Alex said, I'm glad it's happening tonight and just end this tonight. They could have made it super cringy like Gingerbread Man nonsense, said Robbie. Big Time said, if you watch the style of wrestling, there's so much more flavour and rhythm. The main roster is quite formulaic with its pacing in matches that adjust with commercials, even though NXT does it too. Yeah, I mean, I do think, though, that if you have a look at the scores of what people were giving matches for Raw, people said that the Chelsea, Alexa, Becky, Liv match was great. People said that Ray Penta was great. People said that Seth Javon, Tala Ricky was great. So, I mean, we had 3 great matches for... Raw this week. I do think that it's SmackDown that's the big problem. I think for me, the conversation has moved from WWE being bad in 2026 to now SmackDown being bad in 2026. Because I think Raw is showing some really good consistency with its shows. I mean, we've had an extended period of really good scores for Raw now. Don't get me wrong, we're still not where we were. I mean, there's still much to be done, but I do not go into Raw dreading the show. I do go into SmackDown worried. But yeah, 3 great matches on Raw this week. Okay, here is Naraku, fresh off his win, and he's got an envelope. Okay, Naraku bows to Tony. Tony's going to look inside the envelope. I don't know what that is. I mean, I don't know if it's got, I don't know what it was. It was just, yeah, can't be good, said Vic Joseph. Just had Japanese writing on it. Okay, we've got Jasper Troy. This is a match that we didn't know that we were getting. It's Jasper Troy taking on Dark State. Is it Dion? Jasper Troy against Dion. That's okay. Okay, the great matches might come to an end now, though. Dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun. Yeah, I was just having a look at the last 4 scores for Raw on Cage Match. 6.2, little low. 6.4, it's about 6.47, it's about 6.5. But we had a 7.1, and this week, Monday's show, 7.6, according to Cage Match. 7.6. 7.6, 7.1, 6.5 basically, and 6.2, which is a little bit low. That's but I think I was above that, to be honest. I don't think I was as down on that. I mean, for example, Finn Balor against JD McDonough was on that, and Meltzer gave it 4.25 stars. The match that took place after was Los Americanos versus Los Americanos Hermanos. That was the big 6-man tag. Dave Meltzer gave that 4 stars as well. Shoulder tackle there by Jasper Choice. So this is our next match then. We're going to end the poll. You got to get your votes in quick. We got 45 minutes left in this show, including a championship match. Okay, yeah, great 85 is what you scored. Kendall against Kelani, great 85. Right now we've got Jasper. He is taking on Dion. So we're getting into this right now as Jasper has got Dion picking him up, no joy. Dion on his feet, going with a big right hand. Jasper feeling it, chop block there by Dion. I think Dion is an interesting prospect. I think Jasper's an interesting prospect, but Jasper feels a little bit like he should have been in Evolve. He's a big guy though, isn't he? I mean, Dion's not a small guy. And he is very outsized here by Jasper. Right hand coming in there by Dion. Jasper down on his knees at the moment. Lovely work here by... Oh, hello there, Saquon. Watch your back, says Saquon. Saquon was just shown on the screen telling Dion to watch his back. Yeah, I believe he's already dealt with Cutler, hasn't he? Okay, Dion goes to the outsides. Osiris comes round to just check on him. And that means that we're going to commercial break. Jennifer said, we got bought out. They aren't dropping our pay. We're losing good insurance. I'm getting screwed by my job, said Jennifer. Oh, Jennifer, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. We've hit a low point in the show. Why is this group still a thing, said Wrestle Rants. Here comes Nurse State, said Jennifer. Steve said, this is probably all just setting up Saquon showing up. Well, he said, watch your back. So I agree that he could be making his presence felt here. Right now we got Jasper with Dion. Dion getting smashed into the edge of the ring. Monday, we find out one of the nurses passed away. This week has been rough, said Jennifer. So what, your company's been bought out. They're not going to drop the pay, but you are losing insurance, and also a nurse passed away. I'm sorry to hear that, Jennifer. Life sucks, doesn't it? Life really seriously sucks. Daze, have you ever heard of Paramount Plus? Mayor of Kingstown? No. They're filming season 5 in my city. It's very cool watching a show being filmed, said Christopher. Very cool. I can't say I have, but I'm not really one for, you know, kind of current TV shows. Right now we got Dion there with Jasper. SmackDown the last 2 weeks is recovering on Cage Match, said Big Time. I could believe that. I feel like last week we were not too down on it. Yeah, 5.6, 5.3. I mean, look at those scores. Jeez Louise. I mean, started off good. And it's here, isn't it? I mean, this sort of feels, that 2.7 feels like the turning point. I don't know what that was on the 8th of March. 8th of March feels like where we hit a real low. But those numbers look okay. Then we hit that. That is the Pat stuff right there. Little recovery, but it's still 4s. Again, I can't remember. Is that the gingerbread man, maybe? And, you know, 5, another 4. Couple of 5s. I mean, oh my God, how much would they love to get into the 6s? But look at that there. Look at that period there. The last time on Cage Match SmackDown got 6 was the 20th of March. So it's there. And, you know, before that, you've got to go there, which is the 20th of Feb. So since the 20th of Feb, there has been one show that has got a 6.1. Other than that, flipping dumpster fire. Even the colours make it look like a dumpster fire. Doesn't it? That could be the bin. That could be the fire right there. It's basically a dumpster fire. Right, we're back from commercial break. Jennifer said, yeah, it's only Tuesday as well. At least my uniform colour won't be awful because the nurses wear lavender. Right. Every clouds, eh? Right now, we are back. We've still got the championship match to come. We got 40 minutes left of NXT. This was a match that, you know, was not mentioned in advance, and that's okay. I can't say if they previewed it, I'd have been that excited. We bet good, though. For the first hour and 10, whatever, we bet goods. Dion is in there with Jasper. These two have been battling away. I mean, it's been fine. Big boot coming in there by Dion. Jasper in the middle of the ring. Dion coming over, getting caught there by Jasper. Dion getting driven back in the corner. Dion in the middle of the ring. Jasper has got him right now. A couple of elbows coming in there by Dion. He gets driven back again. Middle of the ring, Jasper slams down Dion. Drives him down. Dion taking some deep breaths. Definitely feeling it. Kip up there. Kip up there by Jasper. I think that caught a few people by surprise. Down goes Dion. Jasper in control with Dion. He's got him over in the corner. Big splash there by Jasper. Again over the other side. Another big splash. Jasper in control. Wondering where Saquon is going to appear and make his presence felt. Dion down. Jasper climbing up on the outsides. Osiris. The big man with a Vader bomb. But Dion moved. Dion scoops him up. Slams him down. Going for the cover. 2, 3. Gets it. Dion gets it. Dion gets it. Okay, let's get a poll up, shall we? See what you thought about that one. Match scored. Dion Lennox getting the win. Saquon didn't make his presence felt. Okay, here we go. He's on screen again. That was smooth. If only Cutler was here to see it. Okay, they've put that in, haven't they, on purpose? That buffering, yeah, bang, from behind. That's nice. Saquon attacking Osiris. So he actually put in some, edited in some buffering. So that they would be distracted. Saquon wallops Osiris with the baseball bat. He did say, watch your back. He did warn them. Okay, and here's the footage. Here's the footage of Jada coming into the dungeon. This is why the dungeon is invite only, with all due respect. Sean, you've got to learn how to control your talent. Soft girls sucker punch. So there's the dungeon. And Jada invade him. Okay. We've got this public speaking segment now with Shiloh and Tristen. I think I'd rather this just be a segment, but it feels like it's probably going to be in the ring. Okay, we go to commercial break. Get your thoughts in. What did you think about that match? Rhea got moved to SmackDown to provide some star power whilst Drew and Randy are out, but that wasn't enough. So Finn moved over, and it's still not enough. I'd move Seth over and away from the Vision, said Jose. I could see the logic in that, actually. I'm not really interested in Seth and the Vision anymore. So actually, just like why we got Finn out of the way of Judgment Day, actually getting Seth out the way of the Vision might be a good move for everyone there. I deleted Paramount because I only watched a few shows on it, said Jennifer. Not a sucker punch, Natty. Was looking right at her, says Pat. Robbie said, is it going to be Natty and Jada at Great American Bash? It certainly feels that way, doesn't it? It certainly feels that way. And actually, they did say that there was going to be a few surprises up their sleeve for Great American Bash. Great American Bash, I wouldn't sleep on that show. I think that's going to be a very interesting and, dare I say, I don't want to use the word important, but I think there is going to be a surprise or two. They have already said, Sean said, that there was going to be some surprises. And I believe him, because obviously that night is stacked. There's a lot of wrestling show. I think there's a big AEW show that night as well. And I think WWE know that they're going to have to put on something tasty to get people to watch them instead of watching AEW. So obviously there's a lot of chatter about Enzo and, you know, when's he coming and what's happening. A lot of chatter around Takahashi, when's he coming and what's happening. And actually, match-wise, I think they will need to get some main roster talent onto that show to kind of convince people to tune into that rather than tune into AEW. I don't know that you're going to be able to win that battle. I really don't know, but obviously we'll be watching Great American Bash. That's a no-brainer for us. But yeah, I think that's where we could see Enzo, maybe a Takahashi, maybe a Baron Corbin, although that's all gone very quiet. So I'm so over Enzo and Cass, said Akim. Maybe it's Enzo and Cass, said Robbie. Yeah, I don't know where we are with Cass's contract, so I can't say I've heard anything there. So I'm not sure. I think it'd be quite good, actually, if Danhausen was to say he's going to reveal his monster at Great American Bash. That would definitely get some more of the casual fans to tune in. And it'd be a good... I know that they're obviously building that payoff for something. Maybe they'd want to save that payoff for a Raw. Perhaps they'd want to save it for Night of Champions or something. I don't know, but... I mean, you could absolutely do it at Night of Champions, Great American Bash, sorry, and, you know, people would tune in for that. So, I don't know. It depends what you want to do. It depends how seriously you're taking this battle with AEW, and be interesting to see. But as a result, I don't think it's just going to be a normal NXT. I don't think it's just going to be an NXT like... standard NXT that you kind of shrug your shoulders at. I think it's going to have a bit more to it than that. There's also been really strong rumors that Zilla could finally sign, said Trixby. Yeah, apparently they're interested. We know that Zilla would be interested as well, so how quickly they would move with that, I'm not sure. But, I mean, if they're kind of reaching out now, there's a chance, isn't there, that in a few weeks... when we get to Great American Bash, there's a chance. I think he would go NXT first, personally. I know there's others that, you know, don't want that. They want him to go straight into the Bloodline story, but I don't know. I would definitely go NXT first. Daze Enzo Cass seemed like another news story that's died down. Dirt Sheets reporting that it's horse shiz. Oh, really? I heard that he'd been at the Performance Center, Enzo. I don't think Enzo and Cass as a team, but I'm sure there'd been reports of Enzo being at the PC, unless, you know, Dirt Sheets are saying that's rubbish. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Oh, and it is going to be the Mr. NXT pageant, so... Okay, in the ring we've got Shiloh, and we've got Tristen. Let's hear it for our incredible judges. Please be short. Please be short. Please don't be offensive. I don't know, Matt Matthews. Did he just do a hand gesture? Like, what a masturbator that Matt Matthew, did he? Did he just do that? I'm sure he just did the hand shandy gesture. I don't think this Matt Matthews booking was a good booking. I'm sure he just did, you know. You don't really see that, you know. I mean, I'm thinking like middle fingers we've seen. Okay, Tristen is talking and the fans are booing him. He's doing exactly what Izzy Dame does. I'm going to say my words and I'm just going to talk. Don't matter what the crowd do. Order, order. I'd like for him to have told him to shut up. He said Shiloh's got a smile like an unfinished jigsaw puzzle. Yeah. Here's Shiloh. Big cheers for Shiloh. Shiloh's doing a bit more of a from the heart promo. He's not the best promo, is he? It is just like delivering dialogue. I thought some of the stuff he was saying, though, was good. Saying about how he thought one of the hardest things was going to be trying to figure out how to wear his monocle, but actually figuring out how he wants to present himself was one of the bigger challenges. With college football season approaching, I wonder what this means for the first free hour on ESPN and ESPN2, which typically airs college football. Might have to call it quits, might they? I don't think it's a bad thing if they do call it quits, though. I think a lot of people that subscribe to ESPN are a bit frustrated at the fact that they only get those 3 matches. Okay, so the comedian guy is going with Shiloh. Here's Kit Wilson. Kit Wilson said, I have to applaud your vulnerability. But it's toxic! How is his vulnerability toxic? What the hell? He's toxic! Oh my god, everyone's toxic! You're toxic, but there is something about you. Sure. Yes, boy! Is Tristen my Mr. NXT? Yes, boy! I didn't expect him to call Tristen toxic. Well, we know what Aaron Rourke's going to do. He's a corrupt judge. You do look the part. It's a tough call. Okay. He's left it up to the fans. Listen, you're a judge. If you can't judge, get out. That was your job. You're meant to be a judge. What other judges do you know come in and go, oh, I'll just leave it up to the fans? You buckled! Okay, the fans have been voting. And it's Shiloh! Shiloh has picked up the victory. The boyhood dream has come true. He is now officially Mr. NXT, and Tristen starts beating him up. Bang. Okay, so Tristen is attacking Shiloh. Tristen going out the ring. Toxic, 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 toxic. Oh my God. With a chair, absolutely walloping Shiloh. Chair coming into the midsection. Yeah, he's absolutely marking him, mate. He's going for like a knee to the head, driving him into the chair. Tristen attacks. Who's your daddy? But there we go. Shiloh is Mr. NXT. Well, I mean, look, I didn't love it, but I do think it could have been worse as well. I do think it could have been worse. I have protected Tony, and the title says Naraku. What was in the box? An invitation? An invitation to battle? Here's Keanu Carver. Naraku walks away. I'm starting to lose my patience. Okay, Keanu wants some action now. Daze, I might go to the live in the Vile Street Festival. Carmen, hello, hope you're doing well. Carmen, you've joined us at a good time, because we have got a championship match to wrap this thing up with. So there we go. That was Mr. NXT. We survived it. And we are now going to a championship match with just over 20 minutes left to go. Akeem said that was a good spot. It was fun, said Don. I invited Shiloh, said Draco. Toxic! David said, I'm shocked. I never thought that Shiloh would win. There we go. It's on the CW as well. Sunday, June 28th. NXT. Great American Bash. Right. You lot said Dion Jasper was good 93. We got one more match to go. Do we think that Jade will go after Tiffany and become the US champion? Yeah, I would feel like that would make a lot of sense. Heel, no longer needed at the top end of the cards, surely. I think she could go after Tiffany. Definitely feels like a Jade Charlotte kind of match is on the horizon as well. So that also feels like a very real possibility. David said, anyone no going on Enzo back? No word on Enzo. No word that I've seen in a little while. Last I saw was that he had been at the Performance Center and that he was expected to be coming to NXT at some point. That's why we were talking about Great American Bash, but Big Time was just saying might have seen some news that it might not be happening. So I can't comment on that though. I haven't seen that. Keem said, please no Enzo, please. Carmen said, Daze, the ARW Pro Show that I might go to on Saturday is live in the Vile Street Festival in Hammond, Indiana. Well, you've got to go, Carmen. You've got to. I mean, to actually see ARW Pro at some sort of festival, how can you pass that up? Do you know what I mean? It's not just in the Holbert Community Centre. This is at some sort of Vile Street Festival. Ville Street Festival. I mean, that sounds so exciting. What an original setting. I mean, I'm getting vibes of it being outdoors. I'm seeing lots of stalls. I'm seeing like a crowd around a ring. I mean, it's going to be such a different setting that if you don't go to that, I think you will forever regret it, to be honest. And a lot of people will call you a fake fan, including me. So hopefully you can find a way, Carmen. Akeem said, who's the ARW Pro Champ right now? I think it is Carmen, actually, Akeem. I think it's Carmen. It's either Carmen or James Ellsworth. It's one of them. Yeah, Carmen, who is it right now? Is it Trog? Is Trog the ARW Pro Champ? Please respond. Main event time, said Edward. It is main event time. Let's go. Let's flip in. Go. NXT PLEs are dead, said Robbie. They're just network specials now. Big kiss, said Joe. Big kiss right back to you, Joe. Sending it back. First class. Daryl said, could we see Australia getting a PLE later this year? Not really. I haven't heard any rumours of one. I think they like going to Australia, though. I mean, they've done like Super Showdowns there and Crown Jewel. Perth is always a good crowd. So I think it's definitely a place that can get PLEs, but I haven't heard any rumours of us going there. And I would imagine I would have heard something by now. So I think we will go back to Australia. I think you will get a PLE, but I'm not sure about this year. Dates, I've got an idea for WWE. They should do a Danhausen Pizza and Curse, where it's like Chuck E. Cheese, but the animatronics are Danhausen and Mini-Hausens. Well, I think that's quite an investment to actually open up a restaurant like Chuck E. Cheese that's got animatronics and everything. We know that TKO don't like fun things, so can't see it happening. Okay, Natty Jada next week. There we go. That's interesting. Natty Jada next week. Also going down next week, number one contenders match for the NXT North American Championship. Jackson Drake takes on Tavian next week. Jared said, in my opinion, you are and forever will be Mr. WWE. I think that's Vince. Is it Vince? Who's Mr. WWE? It's not me. It's not me. It might be Vince. It might be Shane. It might be the gobbledygooker. Oh, there's the speed tournament. Ariana Grace against... They like Layla Diggs, don't they? They like Layla Diggs. Izzy Dame against Thea Hale. Yeah, Izzy's like, why am I in the speed tournament? And she's taking on Thea Hale. Oh, right. It's Sean Spears got her into the speed tournament. Yeah. Yeah. This is a layup. Okay, they don't mind that, actually. They can see the vision. Yeah, good idea, says Izzy. Okay, here's Zaria then. So, yeah, weren't down on that. They weren't down on that. When is WWE coming to Buffalo? Said Raymond. Honestly, don't know. I don't keep tabs of Buffalo. Best thing to do is to click on the WWE website. If you click on tickets, it always has at the top when they're in your local area or closest to you. There is Zaria. She's wearing something very, very similar. Wow, look at her. She's got spikes in her hair as well. She's got little little things in her hair. Yeah, that gear of red with the leopard print is very Sean. Is it Sean's birthday or something? Is there some sort of weird anniversary that I don't know about? Because that's the same sort of gear that Kendall wore. Red with that sort of leopard print thing. I'd imagine backstage they were like, okay, Zaria. Zaria are making her way into the ring. She's got all those little spikes in her hair. If she does Willow Smith, I whip my hair back and forth, I whip my hair back and forth, I whip my hair, but she could cause some damage. Those spikes, she could have an eye out. From a health and safety point of view, I think this match is a nightmare. Here's Tatum. Daze, silly, unique segments like that really does wonder in fleshing out characters. They've done a great job with Shiloh. And I'm now sold on Tristen. Oh, big time. Loved the Mr. NXT stuff. Big thumbs up from big time. Carmen said, Daze, Chicago's news networks in my area have been talking about the Chicago Bears coming to Hammond, Indiana. No one cares, Carmen. There's only one thing that the people of Hammond, Indiana care about, and that is Trog. That is ARW Pro. I can't see an avenue where Zaria gets the dub here. I don't know why they would book her to lose again, though. Well, we did the poll earlier, didn't we? We can do another quick poll, see if anyone's opinions have changed. Who wins? Is it Zaria or is it Tatum? Who is getting the victory in this match? Who is leaving as Champione? There's Tatum. Tatum enjoys a lot of popularity in NXT. Oh, she's got some fake teeth in with some spikes. This feels like Halloween. Tatum's got like these, which she now takes out. And Zaria's got these spikes in her hair. Looks like she's cosplaying as HBK. I'm getting like flipping Halloween Havoc vibes from this match. Okay, here we go then. Bell about to sound and we are underway. And just like every flipping Tatum match, we have got lots of cake. Lots of cake. Happy birthday, everyone. 1, 2, spear kick out there by Tatum. Early spear in this one as Tatum regroups on the outsides. Robbie said Zaria has lost every single title match that she's been in, just like how Jordan did in NXT. Vampire Teeth, said Draco. Wrestling fan said, the YouTuber Stefanetti that I was watching your Friday night SmackDown live. Cool. Shout out to them. 1, 2, kick out there by Tatum. Zaria is all gas. No break, said Word Life Cena fan. WrestleRant said Zaria dominating early. Yeah, it was a lovely spear. I like that big belt that they've got in the center on the screen, kind of just as a permanent reminder that that's the... It looks good, doesn't it? It looks really sharp, actually. Looks really sharp. They've got it in the background on the screen, just kind of like hanging over the ring. Kick coming in. Kick there by Tatum. Tatum looks like she's wearing some sort of pinny. Kind of looks like she's, I don't know, doing some cooking. Sexy cooking. With a short skirt and her ass out. Okay, stomped down there by Tatum. Tatum is moonsaulting to the outsides. Kappa said the vampire Tatum is immortal. Okay, Zaria emerging. Bang. Let's go. Let's go. Steve said if Zaria loses, she surely is getting a call-up. If not, why have her lose again? Tatum would not be hurt at all by the loss. She is mega over. Uppercut coming in there by Tatum. Zaria goes down. Tatum going into the edge of the ring. Zaria with Tatum. Christopher says, I thought so. I will admit driving 270. What do you mean? Kilometers an hour. KPM. Okay, I think we're at commercial break, aren't we? We've got 10 minutes left here. That was nice, said Jennifer. That was nice. Look at this by Zaria trying to pick up Tatum. Trying to drive her down. Stomp coming in. Kicks coming in there by Zaria. Tatum definitely feeling that. Zaria is in HBK colours. Tatum in Brett colours, says Angel James. That's true, actually. She is wearing pink and black. This is basically the Montreal screw job. I wonder if this is their way of telling us there's going to be a screw job at the end. Into the corner. Into the corner. Those titles on the screens are awesome, said TMS. Shoulders being driven into the corner there by Zaria. Tatum in the corner goes up and over. Lands on her feet. Still selling, though, the damage done. Zaria in the corner. Ah, big knee. Down goes Tatum. Going for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up there by Tatum. We're in picture, said Edwards. Daze, that's what I appreciate with NXT is that we take risks. Sometimes things might not land, but trying is better than just playing to Sesame Street Levesque, said Big Time. Well, I will give them credit for trying something. It didn't quite land for me, but I didn't mind so much the backstage ones, the one in the ring. I mean, I wasn't offended by it. It's not been a problem. But, yeah, they tried something. Right now, we've got working on the arm there by Tatum. Forearm smash. Shot coming back there by Zaria. Tatum coming back. I mean, her gear leaves little to nothing to the imagination. Over goes Tatum. Zaria in the middle of the ring. She's not really in any sort of trouble there. It didn't really feel like Tatum was really pulling at the legs. Oh, Tatum goes up, over against the ropes. Zaria comes in. Kick coming in there by Tatum. Tatum, DDT, spiking Zaria. Got about 8 minutes left of the show. About 8 minutes left of this week's NXT North American Championship on the line. Tatum getting back up to her feet. Zaria. Okay, down goes Zaria. Tatum, down goes Zaria again. Underneath, kick coming in there by Tatum. Step up enziguri. Good work there by Tatum. Zaria goes to the outsides. Tatum going against the ropes. Charging over. Kick coming in there by Tatum. That's nice. Flipping over, leg drop to the back of the head. Zaria definitely feeling that. Tatum to the outsides. Love that. Love that kick. I'm a big fan of that spot by Tatum. Tatum, again, getting back into the ring. She loves doing that, doesn't she? Kind of flipping over, leg drop to the back of their head. She just did it against the ropes, and then she did it again in the ring. Tatum really selling. I mean, her selling of that, the spears and the damage that she's taken to the midsection. She's constantly grabbing her stomach, her ribs. Right now, she's going for a big power move on Zaria. That might have been a mistake. Zaria with a suplex there to Tatum. Tatum gets back up to her feet. Headbutt there. Tatum goes down. She rolls through. Zaria looking for a suplex. Tatum rotates over. And she loves this spot as well. as she stares over at Zaria, but Zaria is not intimidated. Looked a little off. There was a little bit of a cemetery drive type move there as Tatum is going up. Tatum up top. Oh, no joy rolling through. Zaria up. Spear there by Zaria. 1, 2. Oh. Yeah, that felt quite good, that spear. Roll through after coming off the top, getting caught by the spear. Both women are down. It's pretty fun action, this, to be honest. Pretty fun. King Yeti said, Tatum cakes. Bishop said, I can't watch NXT tonight because of the baseball, but I'm still here to support the stream. Well, thank you, Bishop. Is there some disruption, is there? Baseball on, is it? So it's not being shown everywhere. I didn't know that, to be honest. Tatum coming back with a big forearm. I think even for Tatum, this gear's riding up a bit too much. I saw she was like trying to pull it down a little bit. Kick coming in there by Tatum. Kick to the midsection there by Zaria. Tatum with a forearm shot. Shot coming back there by Zaria. These two exchanging blows. Back and forth. We've got about 5 minutes left. Tatum is down. Okay, we need to end the poll. You lot are saying that Tatum's going to get it 67% over the other side. Forearm smash coming in there by Tatum. Kick coming in there by Tatum as Zaria goes down. Tatum going over to the corner. Women's North American Championship on the line. Shot coming in there by Zaria. So right now, these two up top. Zaria with Tatum. Still holding on. Looking for a German off the top. 67-33. You lot are pretty adamant that Tatum's getting this. Kick coming in there by Tatum. Right now, Zaria is kind of caught in the ropes a bit. She should be able to get herself free. Tatum's going to go coast to coast, though. She's going to go coast to coast. Zaria is caught up. It's a long way to go, innit? Is she going to do it? Oh, she did, you know. It looked good as well. Coast to coast there by Tatum. Very good. Shoulder up. Kick out there by Zaria. I was really worried for a second there she wasn't going to make that. But she did. Cemetery drive set up. No joy. Up on the shoulders. Zaria looking for the F5. Couldn't get it. Kick coming in there by Tatum as she flips over. No effect on Zaria. Tatum can't believe it. Zaria charges over. Pulls that rope down. Tatum on the edge of the ring. Moonsault into the outside as Zaria moves. Zaria moves. She's got her up. F5 on the outside. This could be a big problem. This could be a huge problem. Tatum is there for the taking. Spear. Connects. Zaria. Looks like she's going to put Tatum away. Another F5. Zaria. 1, 2, 3. New champ. Zaria wins. Big moment. Zaria picks up the victory. We've got a new Women's North American champion. Zaria can't quite believe it. But, wow. Yeah, man. Look, you can see Tatum sort of reaching out for the belt, but that is not her belt anymore. This does free up Tatum to go for that NXT championship, though. So, I wouldn't be too down if you're a Tatum fan, but this is Zaria's moment. That is very much Zaria's moment. Yeah, I don't know how much of a shock that's going to be. I think it's a big shock, actually, because, I mean, we just did the poll, didn't we? 67-33. People saying they thought that this was going to go to Tatum. So the majority really believed that this was going to be Tatum. And, you know, Tatum enjoys a lot of fan support. I could see a lot of people being disappointed. But as I said, I think this is going to free her up, actually. This should be seen as being something that can really set her free. So Zaria is licking the belt right now. It means Tatum's getting called up. Says Meek, they're doing call-ups in the summer. Okay, let's get this. Let's get these scores. 91-day reign for Tatum, said Wrestling Fan. Spawny Boy said Zaria needed this to be taken seriously. Tribalist said it was a solid show. Okay, let's get scores, shall we? I'm upset that Tatum lost, but I hope she gets called up, says Harry. She shouldn't have licked the belt, says Garrett. NXT is better than SmackDown right now, said TMS. Okay, we're going to get match scores up for that. She can't be champ forever, said Joseph. Okay. I'm giving this an 8, says Carmen. Tatum, Cake, Paxley, said The Beach Kevin. TMS was very impressed with the coast to coast. Happy for Zaria, said DM. Poor Tatum, says Dom. Goods. Really goods. Thumbs up. I mean, I must admit, even I wasn't convinced that it was going to go that way. You do wonder if someone's going to get involved, if there's going to be a distraction that would keep the belt on Tatum, and that would then mean that Zaria goes off like to a different feud. Days, I think Tatum will move up to the world title picture before the inevitable call-up. Maybe mix up with Kendall and Kelani and Lola. I don't see them gutting NXT right now, says Big Time. The Beach said Zaria deserves a title run. Two years ago, I went to my first ever Super Wrestlers event. Yes! Super Wrestlers, Super Wrestlers. Yeah. Surprised. But I must admit, pleasantly surprised. It's kind of nice to top this off with... It's kind of nice to top this off with like a title change. I mean, I thought this was a really solid episode. I really did. I thought this was a really solid episode. So actually, for me, what this was just needing was like a bit of an OMG moment or some sort of big talking point. I mean, we don't do breakdowns for NXT because, you know, there's only limited appeal when it comes to that. But this is definitely one that if I was to do a breakdown, I would not struggle to know what my thumbnail would be. So... yeah, I think it was a really solid show. I think there was some really good in-ring stuff. Really enjoyed it. And then we've just gone and wrapped it all up with a major talking point. Days, if you had to grade NXT out of 10, what would we score it? What, just like in general? I think if I had to score it out of 10, I'd probably be around a 6 for this year. I think that it's had its good moments. I don't think it's been a disaster. I think it's had good moments. But I do also think that it has been lacking in comparison to previous years. And of course, this rebuild that we're doing right now is one of the biggest rebuilds that we've ever done. So there's been an influx of a lot of new faces. But as we said, I think we're really seeing a good balance now as to how you can actually get all these pieces to fit together. So yeah, we've got a lot of new faces like Cam Hendricks and Naraku and Mason and, you know, the list goes on. But equally, we've got Fraxiom on this show. And we've got a little Natty thing, and we've got Kit Wilson popping up, you know? So we've got these new faces, but we've got these experienced faces. And then, of course, you've got your NXT talent like Kelani, who's been around for a while, that is bringing that experience. Zaria, that's been around for a while. Tatum, that's been around for a while. So you've kind of got all that experience as well. So it's kind of... I don't want to be down on the show and say, like, that it's, you know, terrible or anything like this, because I don't think it is. But NXT has been so good. NXT has been such a brilliant show. I mean, there has been years where people have said it's the best show out of all of the WWE shows. So I can't really ignore the fact that this is not as good as it has been. If you're just benchmarking NXT against its own standard, this does feel like we're not really hitting our stride yet. But I watch things like tonight, and genuinely tonight I think is one of the stronger NXTs of 2026. I was so engaged. I really enjoyed the in-ring action. There's really not much to criticise. I think the only things that I would really criticise would be the Mr. NXT stuff, which definitely I could have done without, and the Jasper Troy Dion Lennox match. Everything else, yeah, great. This show for me would be, you know, in the 7s. And the kind of reason why it doesn't go higher is, you know, the Mr. NXT stuff, which we could have used for something a bit more compelling, and the match that I just mentioned. I thought that was a bit of a misstep, but by and large, I mean, you lot have scored this great 78 for the tag match, great 63 for Naraku Mason, great 85 for Kendall Kelani. Jasper Dion, you said, was good 93, so it wasn't a disaster. And at the moment, main event is getting a great score as well. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches, 4 of them getting great scores. That's crazy. That is crazy. Out of 5 matches, 4 of them getting great scores. I mean, as a reminder, we can go whole 3-hour SmackDowns without a single great segment, let alone match. So, I mean, to get 4 in the space of 2 hours is, yeah, this was a really good show. This was a really good show. I really enjoyed this. I enjoyed this, said WrestleRants. I enjoyed it a lot. Outside of the Mr. NXT nonsense. Well, I mean, I think the point was made, wasn't it, by Big Time about the Mr. NXT thing, that, you know, they tried something. And actually, what I will say about the Mr. NXT thing was that it was not as bad as I feared it was going to be. I mean, I really did think that that was going to be something that I was going to really struggle with. But I didn't. The backstage ones were fine. That wasn't a struggle. I did not struggle with the backstage NXT ones. It was the in-ring one that just, I don't know, it didn't really feel interesting enough. I think part of it was probably the delivery, because when Shiloh was cutting his promo, I think there was some real interesting stuff that he was saying, but I just think that how he was delivering it was just, I don't know, not quite right. I liked a bit of what he said, actually, where he was saying he's struggling to find who he is. He said that doing this pageant, he thought the hardest part was going to be, you know, wearing the monocle and, like, you know, all that. But actually the hardest part is trying to figure out, who do I want to be? How do I want to present myself? And there was actually something there that, I mean, it connected with me, because we spoke, didn't we, before the stream started, about how the channel's going through a little change because of the fact that I can't really do the reaction clips that I used to, or some of the ideas I had have now been, you know, kind of shelved for the channel, because WWE are really clamping down on their content being used. And I've asked that question of myself, like, what do I want this channel to be? How do I want this channel to be perceived? And ideally, I want this to be seen as a fun place to hang out. I mean, that's the most important thing to me. A place where we're honest about what we're watching. We are WWE fans, but we're not blinded by loyalty. I mean, if the show sucks, we'll say it sucks, but at least we're saying it from a good place, a place where we want the show to improve. So But equally, if the show's good like tonight's was, we'll say that as well. So, you know, I want it to be fun. I want it to be a good place to hang out. I've kind of asked that question recently of what do I want this place to be? I like that from Shiloh, where he said he's asked himself, how does he want himself to be perceived? How does he want others to kind of view him? And as I said, I think within that Mr. NXT thing, there was something there that you go, that was actually quite good, quite interesting. I just don't know that was the right format for it to be delivered. But even that did not lose me. Even that didn't, you know, ruin this show or, you know, provide us with one of the worst segments of the year or whatever. I still think they found a way of delivering something that was valuable or something that had value. Some sort of value. Some of it did not. But, yeah, good. It's just good. At the end of the day, this was a really good, solid episode. And more of this, please. Because I do think there's been some weeks with NXT where, yeah, you know, they've been trying to find their feet. And I can't say that it was as good as what this was. But, you know, again, if you're going to have a big shock title change at the end, that's always going to help. Because it's a talking point, isn't it? People might not like it. People might not love it. But it's a big talking point that's, I think is, you know, welcome. Plus, it's going to free up Tatum to do whatever, you know. It's going to free her up to do whatever. She's either going to go off now to do main roster stuff or go after that NXT championship. I think it was a way of getting Shiloh back in the ring, said TMS. Okay. It was definitely one of the better shows. It flowed and it was so smooth. Yeah, I completely agree. The pacing of it was quite good. Yeah, I agree. In your opinion, what makes a good title reign? Surely it's not just open challenges. I think a good title reign is one that you would look back on and go, yeah, that was really good because they had that banger and there was that promo moment. And I mean, really, a title reign is judged by the segments that it features in. So every segment that the champion features in, if you can provide a segment of value, then the more valuable segments you can provide that title reign, the better the title reign. So if you're having a promo against someone and it's a really good promo exchange, that's good. That's valuable. That's added value to your reign and, you know, the show. And if you can do that, then I think you have a good title reign. I mean, if you look at CM Punk's title reign, CM Punk, of course, walks into Mania as champion, loses it to Roman, but it's a Night 2 WrestleMania main event. It's a 5-star match. The entrance for CM Punk, one of my favorite moments of the year. All of that to me is stuff that I go, that's amazing. That's really adding value to his reign. It might be where it ended, but it really adds value. And then, like, you think about CM Punk, Bron Breakker. You think about all those great segments between CM Punk and Roman. I'm going to bury you next to your dad, which was quite controversial. But, you know, it's a big segment. And you think about some of those promo exchanges in the builds. You think about CM Punk, Finn Balor going down at Elimination Chamber. And the fact that CM Punk was willing to defend the belt. I mean, I think he should anyway, because it would have been about 3 months or so between him defending and WrestleMania. So he was trying to make out like this was him being generous, but I think he should have done it anyway. But either way, you know, that was pretty fun to actually get our teeth into that. And of course, he did the Bron Breakker match. And, you know, you kind of put the segments together and I think you end up going, yeah, that was pretty good. That was not bad. I think the cherry on top being WrestleMania, of course. But for me, that's kind of what you would judge a title run by. You judge it by the great matches that person had, the great promos they had, the segments they were involved in. It doesn't have to be a long run. It doesn't have to be a case that you go years and years and years. You can go a few months, but if you maximize your segments and your time, then brilliant. Title reigns happen on PLEs could spice things up. So many titles of WWE are treated like television titles because you only see them on Raw or SmackDown. I think it's difficult though, because I think WWE has got a system, a formula, if you will, which I don't disagree with. I think that like PLEs, we've had some really good matches on PLEs, with it being like short of like 5-6 matches. I don't really disagree with that. I think each match gets enough time to breathe. And I do think that some of the results have been questionable. Some of the match quality has been a bit questionable, but Triple H has set the right table. The thing, I do feel sorry for Triple H on that. I think he's got that right. I don't think it's right that you do 9-10 matches on a PLE, because that PLE is either going to go really long or you are not going to give matches enough time to breathe. AEW go with like 9-10 matches and the shows are really, really long. And I keep hearing people saying this is too long. You know, the crowd were dead by the end of the show. I was burnt out from watching it. I mean, instead, just shave a little bit off. I do think they could go to 6 matches, more so than 5. But I ain't looking for 8, 9, 10, right? So I think he is setting the right table. I think the idea is correct. The problem he's got is that, you know, it's down to the wrestlers and the producers to then use that time to put on bangers. And when you look and see kind of what we're doing in NXT, we had 5 matches tonight. Was it 5? And 4 were bangers. Yeah. You kind of look at the PLEs and go, why can't we do that on the PLEs on the main roster? I don't know if there's not a question around some of the producers. This is why you can blame creative, certainly on SmackDown. But actually, I think there's got to be a question around the producers, people that are putting the matches together, and the performers. The belief is a lot of wrestlers are a bit undercooked and they need more house shows. So there is a belief that they need to kind of get out there a bit more, as we've seen. But I think he's kind of probably doing the right thing. So by limiting the amount of matches you have on PLEs, you're obviously going to prioritize your world titles. You're obviously going to have a mid-card belt, maybe a tag belt, maybe a feud. That is going to leave some matches, some title matches that don't actually make it to the PLE. And because I agree with, you know, cards being about 6 matches, 5 probably a touch light, but okay. That must mean that I agree with not every belt being defended on the PLE each month. So with that being said, I can't really criticize the fact that we don't defend each belt on the PLE. And equally, I also think I tune into SmackDown each week. I tune into Raw each week. I want those shows to feel important. And one of the good ways you can do that is by having a title match on the SmackDown and a title match on the Raw on that weekend. Those matches would have been on the PLE, but they don't have to be. Instead, you do it on Raw, you do it on SmackDown. Maybe they can do a better job of rotating. So, you know, maybe instead of like always having the women's mid-card belt, the Julia belt, the one that's on Tiffany now, maybe that should feature at Night of Champions, and perhaps it shouldn't always be on the go-home SmackDown or the SmackDown following the PLE. And maybe there is a bit of a pattern there with certain belts. I can vibe with that. I mean, I think you can definitely rotate better. But I think more importantly than putting belts on because it hasn't been on, I think you just put your best, most interesting matches and feuds on the PLE. And then if you've got like a tag title match or you've got a mid-card match, and maybe, you know, the numbers are saying the people aren't quite as into it, maybe that sits on Raw, maybe that sits on SmackDown, and maybe, you know, you got to do a bit better with making that story a bit more engaging. And if you can get some numbers coming through that say that people are interested, maybe then it gets onto the PLE. So I think it's a little bit more complicated than just let's put all the belts on the PLE. because then the question would be, well, how do you make Raw and SmackDown unmissable? How do you make those shows feel like really important? Because I think we have to. I mean, we can't sit here and complain about Raw getting 2 million in views and then also talk about taking title matches away and putting all the titles onto the PLEs. There has to be a balance. And I think trying to find that balance is tricky, to say the least. If we want 5 PLE matches, then all the matches need to deliver. If you go 7, then 4 deliver to make a strong showing. We constantly get 2 out of 5, which is not good. I think there is pressure on all the matches delivering, but I would disagree that 4 out of 7 would be acceptable, because that would be like 50%. I mean, 4 out of 7 is just over half, because half of 7 is 3.5. So your 4 out of 7 equates to 3 out of 5. So for me, if you've got 2 great matches out of 5, you're 1 great match away from delivering what you said would be acceptable. If you're saying 4 out of 7 is acceptable, I'm saying 3 out of 5 is acceptable. I don't even know that that is acceptable. But if that is the parameter that you've set, then I would need to deliver 3 out of 5. And if you're saying that at the moment we're delivering maybe 2 out of 5, I'm only a match short, aren't I? Because half of 5 is 2.5. So that means that if the acceptable level for you is just past half, I need to deliver 3. So then my question would be, how big of a problem is that? If we're just arguing about 1 match. So I think there definitely needs to be an improvement there. Of course, ideally you'd have all 5 matches banging, but I think if you've got 5 matches that have had good builds that people care about, look at the card of Clash in Italy. I mean, everyone said that card felt like a mini Mania. I mean, going into that show, I look at it and I go, do you know what? Triple H has set a good table here. As much as we want to criticize Triple H, I think he set a good table. I think he did a really good job of setting up that card. But I still went in thinking this could end up being a 7 out of 10 type thing, because I just don't have confidence in the fact that the matches are going to deliver. I still don't have confidence that the creative is going to be correct with shenanigans or the right person winning or whatever it might be. I mean, we said, didn't we, if Jacob wins, that could change the landscape of WWE. Can we see that happening? And it was like, no, not really. Gunther should win because, you know, we've built Gunther up. Really, he should get the win over Cody. Did that happen? No, it didn't. Again, it was just always the lowest common denominator. But could you imagine that card if Jacob had won and Gunther had won and like Becky and Soul had been a better match? Could you imagine like how people would have viewed that cards? I think Triple H set the right table. I really do. I don't think the table was not set correctly. I think he set the right table. And yes, there is pressure on each match delivering. But I think that pressure should always be there. I don't think it's good to go into a PLE with 7-8 matches and some people thinking it's okay if you don't deliver because the rest of the card might. Every performer should be going in thinking that they've got to smash it on a PLE. Every performer should be thinking that. So if you book 7 matches, then 7 matches really should bang. There shouldn't be an off match because it's a premium live event. The culmination of your story is going to play out at the PLE. So really, there shouldn't be a match that doesn't deliver. We shouldn't go in thinking that there's going to be a stinker or there's going to be a bad match. So if you book more matches, I'd be expecting more great matches. Whereas if you book 5 matches, I'm expecting 5 great matches. So there's not as much that has to deliver, if you will. And it's easier to deliver a great match if you've got the time for that match to breathe. 5 matches allow that. I would go 6, actually. I mean, I would go 6. I do think 5 is a bit light. I'm not actually in disagreement because I think that certainly where they already showed 2 on ESPN or ESPN2, Obviously, that's, a bit of a problem for our friends in America. It's not as big a problem for me because everything's just on Netflix. So it's not as big a problem. But I think it is a bit of a problem for our friends in America. But that's a little bit out of Triple H's hands, isn't it? I mean, that's just down to how ESPN want to present what they are paying for. And if they want to give 2 matches away on their channel, well, so be it. So, yeah, I just look at, is Triple H doing a good job of setting the table for the PLE? And I thought he did a good job for Clash in Italy. But then, balls were dropped when we got to the actual show. I think that when we got to the actual show, Triple H's comfort booking came out, kind of taking the least exciting option was, what happened when there was some really exciting options that we could have took, which I think would have made it a more memorable PLE. I might go to the Concord Museum, said Carmen. The producers micromanaging matches to be underwhelming. I agree that they keep getting stat PLE matches. Then I wonder, are the matches going to fall flat? Most times they do. That's what we've got to address. That's the thing we've got to fix. And I think by doing more house shows would help. And I think that hopefully Triple H is looking at the producers, because if I was in Triple H's spot, I would. I think where you've got consistent underperformance, I'm looking at that. I mean, this part of this could be a little bit of the curse that WWE have never really cared about match quality. They focus a lot more on character and they focus a lot more on connection with the audience. So, what I view as a problem, maybe Triple H doesn't view as big of a problem. But I do think that, it would be good if we got to a PLE and the match quality was drastically better than what has been presented in 2026. And so, this is why for me, I'm not really campaigning for 10, 11 matches or 9 matches or 8 matches. I think that doing good builds, telling good stories, having it culminate at a PLE, 5 matches that you really want to watch because you've been engaged in the stories, I'm signed up for that. And then the pressure, yes, is on those matches delivering, but it should always be there. That's not something to be scared of. That's something that should be that's what you are paid to do. You're paid very, very well to go out there and tell stories in the ring. I mean, that's what wrestling is, isn't it? Wrestling is telling stories, but also telling stories in the ring and actually putting on great matches that people feel connected to. Literally, NXT has just done it tonight 4 times, according to you guys. And actually, we can get the score for that main event. So when you see an NXT like tonight, having 4 great matches out of 5, you do sort of scratch your head and go, why do the PLEs make it look so difficult? When actually this doesn't feel that difficult. I mean, we just had Tatum and Zaria put on a match that you lot have scored great 78. I do think that it's sort of made to feel like having a great match is really challenging. And I don't think this is NXT. This is developmental talent. This is talent trying to work out their characters and, get momentum and find their way to the main roster. And tonight on this show, they've just done 4 great matches out of 5. You'd think that talent on the main roster should have enough skill and tips and tricks and things up their sleeve, along with some of the sharpest minds in pro wrestling, to be able to deliver better matches than what they have been. So, but I don't know, is that tide turning? We've seen some really good results out of Raw. So I don't know, are we learning some lessons? Are we getting some momentum? To be honest, if the Raw plate is spinning, if Raw is in a good place, maybe Triple H has then got a bit more freedom to spend a bit more time with SmackDown. I mean, if I'm Triple H and Raw is doing great and they've got some great stories and the next few weeks are planned and everything's looking good, perhaps I can go 70-30 with my attention. and perhaps I can give a bit more attention to SmackDown, and maybe that could be a good thing. So all of it is just speculation, chatter, spitballing, but I don't know. There's definitely some green shoots. Definitely. I'm sat here right now having watched a really good episode of NXT, coming off the back of a really good episode for Raw, and it's SmackDown, isn't it? SmackDown is the big headache. So we'll see. Benito said, would WWE benefit from 3 main roster brands, or would that make the product worse? If we had the third brand, Shockwave, whilst we're at it. It's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, I feel like Triple H has got a lot on his plate already. So if you give him another brand, I don't think that's going to make things better. I don't think WWE's trouble is like needing more time. But equally, there's probably some performers that could spread their wings a little bit more, If you had another brand, I feel like it would be fine. I mean, I don't think that it would be a disaster. I think we've got lots of talent, and I think we could accommodate another brand if it was like a couple of hours. I don't think that we would struggle. In fact, you'd probably end up with something very similar to what NXT looks like now, because a lot of that talent would probably have to come from NXT, and there'd be a few people you might take from AAA, maybe a Vikingo, maybe a Flammer, maybe take a few people that aren't being used on Raw or SmackDown. But by and large, I think it'd be okay, because I think what you're seeing with NXT right now is probably what that brand would look like. And then NXT would have to have another major refresh where we call up a load of Evolve talent and whatever. So, but I can't say that it would fix anything. I think, if anything, it would probably put more strain on stuff. It'd certainly put more strain on Triple H. So, but I don't know, could that brand have a different identity? I mean, is there a way that you could do a brand that's a bit more extreme, that sort of lives as a separate entity? I mean, could it be a case that we give a bit of freedom and do a little bit of more extreme stuff, Maybe even go a little bit more adult with that show. I feel like WWE caters to family, but there is this thirst for something a bit more adult. And by adult, I don't mean like, naked. I mean bloods, high risk, more extreme matches, but maybe not to the length that AEW goes, because I see a lot of pushback on that. But just something that's a little bit edgier than what the main roster is. And actually, if you introduce something like that, and maybe Triple H wouldn't even book it, perhaps you have someone else book it, then perhaps there could be a use for it. But hard to say that it would fix anything. But if you brought in another brand and used it that way, maybe. Pat said, having a C show called Main Event devalues Saturday night's main event name. I think they should rename that show. Maybe they could rename it. I don't think it really matters. I'm not sure it really features in anyone's mind. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know if anyone really thinks about it. I think it just depends on the card, doesn't it? I mean, you could rebrand it to Superstars or something. I mean, we used to have a Superstars, so I mean, you could just call it that. But I'm not sure anyone really thinks it gets in the way. Saturday night's main event tends to have a pretty decent card, tends to be built on the main roster. I don't even know how many people really watch main event. But if Saturday night's main event's going to stick around forever, then, maybe it'd be an idea to rebrand it. But I don't know what the future looks like for Saturday night's main event, because it was part of the conversations with USA Network. So I believe it's only got a limited shelf life whilst SmackDown is on USA Network with this contract. As soon as it's time to renegotiate, it might just get dropped. It might not have proven valuable in any way, and so they might just axe it. So it might not even be a long-term issue anyway. I don't know that Saturday night's main event is here to stay. It was just bundled in with SmackDown. Big Time said no DQ and stipulation matches could be much more creative. where there's unique weapons and spots and things that get you hooked. Yeah, interesting you say that. We touched on that before. It was mentioned by someone that, you know, do we need to see more stipulation matches? I think the point they were making was the fact that we are getting stipulation matches, but they're all so similar. It is all just like no DQ, isn't it, all the time? So, yeah, I think we could definitely do something a bit more creative there. Right. Carmen, shout out to you. I'm sorry to hear that, buds. 21 years ago today, you lost your biological father. Well, Carmen, I'm sorry to hear that, but I know we like to have a laugh and a joke and everything, but I'm sorry to hear that news. Really sorry to hear that news. So, shout out to you. I'd imagine today was a tricky day for you, bud. So, shout out to you. How long of a reign do we think Zaria will have? I don't think it'll be that long. I mean, I think she'll have it a good few months, but I don't think it'll be that long. I think actually what we can do now is use this as, you know, rather than her chasing after people, people can chase after her, and she can have that belt, carry that belt, beat a few people, get some momentum, kind of see where we are. I think what we need with her is for her to build up her aura a bit, get some good... This was a good win for her. There was no cheating here. So this, as a heel, this was a good, credible win against a good, credible opponent. So actually, you know, just keep doing that for a little while. Eventually a babyface will get the better of her. But I don't think this is like a few weeks. I could see this being a few months. I don't know what we're doing around SummerSlam, but I would have her lose it around that time, probably at the earliest. You know, give her a run with this belt over the summer. So, yeah, good. And it's a big talking point as well, isn't it? New women's North American champion. It was just the cherry on top of what was a very solid episode. Very good. Beanie on a pole, said Shining Wizards. Dream match. Cody Randy on paper was great, but we know that Randy hasn't got the best track records of being Mania, even with Remove Impact. Yeah, I mean, sometimes like that, where you know that people are getting on in age and maybe they're not as, you know, great in ring, you know, they've slowed, they've got a few injuries. You might go into that knowing that that match is more going to be shenanigans and a spectacle, and it's more about can they do it. I mean, matches can grab you in different ways. It doesn't have to be move. It doesn't have to be impressive spot after impressive spot. If you've got the right story and you care about the outcome and you've kind of teased, I'm going to do a stomp or something, and everyone's waiting to see if the stomp's going to land. I mean, it doesn't have to just be a million miles an hour, move, reversal, pinfall. You can tell stories other ways. You know, you can have a great match with Randy, who's, you know, showing some limitations in 2026 compared to the Randy that we know going back 10 years or whatever. And I think understandably so when you think about the injuries he's had. So, I mean, there's different ways of delivering great matches. It's just, you know, sometimes you got to get a little bit cuter. You got to get a little bit more intelligent with your spots. And, you know, I thought there was times in that match they were doing okay at Mania. There was definitely some reversals where they were both doing each other's finishers, and I was like, oh, that's good. I like that. But then equally there was the Pat nonsense, and the whole build had been ruined. And to be honest with you, I went into that match just dreading it. That is the match I've one of the matches I've dreaded watching the most, because I just didn't care to watch it. If I was not streaming, I would have happily, gladly, and it pains me to say it as a WWE fan, turned WrestleMania off. I just didn't need to watch that match. It was done. It was ruined. There was nothing they could have done that would have interested me. I mean, you could have had The Rock come out, and even if The Rock had come out, I'll just see the news after, and then I'll pick up the story from that point. So fine. If The Rock had come out and it turned out Randy was working with The Rock, great. I'll pick up the story after that. But I didn't think that was going to happen anyway. It didn't happen, obviously. And the whole Pat stuff, you know I'm not a fan of Pat. I knew that he'd make his presence felt in that match, and I just didn't care to watch it. So, I mean, I didn't go into that with any kind of good mindset, I wasn't in the right headspace. But we watched it, and actually I thought once we got rid of Pat and we got stuck into the match and they were doing each other's moves, there was some okay stuff that was in there. But then, you know, Pat comes running down, trying to count like he's a referee, and you're like, I don't even know what this is. This is just a nonsense. I mean, he's not a referee. I mean, if they had counted the 3, would that have been the end of the match? Would that have been recognised by WWE? I don't know. I don't even care to find out. The whole thing was just, yeah, not for me. So, you know, you're going to have stuff like that. Stuff like that's going to happen in it. It's going to happen in the future as well. It's happened in the past, and it's going to happen in the future. So, it is what it is. I mean, even that's out of Triple H's control largely. Although I do find myself asking, I'm sure he booked it. I'm sure they said, we want Pat involved. But then surely it came down to Triple H booked how he was involved. So I don't even think Triple H is completely off the hook when it comes to that. Because surely he had a say on how it all got booked. But anyway, we're kind of getting a bit too down the rabbit hole. But that was NXT. That was NXT. Hope you enjoyed it. We stuck around for blooming hell, ages after the flip. You lot just won't let me go. I'm not allowed to leave. But that's okay, because I love you guys. So yeah, great. I enjoyed NXT, and I hope you did as well. So thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate it as always. We will be back again tomorrow for Evolve. We always start like an hour before. So we'll be back tomorrow for Evolve. Yeah, good. More of this, please. Yeah, I really enjoyed this. And hopefully this is going to be, you know, the momentum that can kind of take NXT to another good era, fun era. I think we got a glimpse of kind of how this could look like going forwards. Raw is cooking, SmackDown a concern, but you know, we'll see. We'll see on Friday what that looks like. So thanks for watching. Appreciate it as always. See you next time. Bye for now.